Gastrukum alla feveritimi Gamuhin hamajehe jawumi Uno avidera jemi Oh vasanemilo
بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. ليس البر أن تولوا وجوهكم قبل المشرق والمغرب ولكن البر من آمن بالله واليوم الآخر والملائكة والكتاب والنبيين وآتى المال على حبه ذوي القربى واليتامى والمساكين وابن السبيل والسائلين وفي الرقاب وأقام الصلاة وآتى الزكاة والموفون بعهدهم إذا عاهدوا والصابرين في البأساء والضراء وحين البأس أولئك الذين صدقوا وأولئك هم المتقون. صدق الله العظيم.
Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning. On behalf of the Maldives Pension Administration Office, we extend a warm welcome to all the distinguished guests attending the Maldives Finance Forum 2024. I, Aishat Ahna, along with my colleague Aishat Alma, will be hosting today's event. The forum began with the recitation of Holy Quran by Ali Nawaz.
The Maldives Finance Forum is an annual event organized by the Pension Office to gather national experts from business, finance, academia, and social protection sectors. The forum aims to discuss issues, exchange views, and share experiences focused on the development of the Maldives' financial and social security sectors. Today, we are hosting the 11th Finance Forum with a special focus on the theme, A Sustainable Pension System. This year's forum will focus on the evolving demographic patterns in the Maldives, its implications on the domestic economy, and the current pension system. We will also be focusing on global trends in pension schemes, sustainability and fairness of non-contributory defined benefit schemes, and on the Maldives retirement pension scheme as an adequate retirement plan. We are certain that the keynote speeches, presentations, and discussions will be enlightening and engaging.
This forum is generously supported by our valuable partners. We extend a heartfelt gratitude to our co-sponsor, Bank of Maldives, exclusive digital partner, Dirago, and associate sponsors, Mauritius Commercial Bank and Commercial Bank of Maldives, for their support. We'll be starting off the event with the welcome remarks and a presentation on the existing pension systems in the Maldives by our Chief Executive Officer, Ms. Sujata Halim. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Sujata.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. And I wish everyone a wonderful morning. On behalf of the Pension Office, I am honored to welcome you all to the 11th Annual Maldives Finance Forum. A very special thank you to our Chief Guest, Minister Dr. Aishat Shiham, honorable members of the Parliament, all the panelists for accepting our invitation and gracing this occasion. A very special welcome to someone who started the pension reform in the Maldives. Mr. Robert Palacios is joining us today in this forum after 15 years of our reform. I also extend a warm welcome to all our distinguished, including the board members, heads of institutions, and key stakeholders from the private and public sector. I am also pleased to welcome the students who are participating in this forum, especially since today's discussions on policies will have an impact on their generation in the years to come. Since the first forum was held in 2012, the Maldives Finance Forum has always aimed to explore and deliberate on critical and most relevant issues in the financial and social security sector of the Maldives. While in 2023, we explored the intersection between fintech and AI, over the years, the forum has fostered productive discussions covering a wide range of topics, including post-retirement income security, pension savings, and future of financial infrastructure development, all aimed to bring together stakeholders to one platform and to ensure collective thinking and effort in our work to strengthen the financial and social security sector of the Maldives. This year, we bring a critical issue to the forefront of our discussions, a sustainable pension system. The theme, similar to previous years, is designed to make our discussion relevant to the emerging issues we face today. Similar to the pension systems in advanced and emerging economies, the Maldives pension system will also need to adjust to evolving demographic developments to remain fiscally sustainable. Our deliberations today need to take into account our changing socioeconomic circumstances, prevailing attitudes, and perceptions in order for us to ensure that our pension system is equitable both within and across generations. I emphasize once again that our deliberations and discussions of today will influence a long-term approach to pension sustainability and social security reform. We have to make resilience the critical component of our reform options for the future of social security, because any reform that cannot adapt to the changing environment and future uncertainties is unlikely to provide sustainable solutions. I hope that by bringing together policymakers, industry leaders, private and public representatives to this long-running forum once again, we collectively address the implications of aging population and explore solutions to ensure the sustainability of the social security systems. So let me start off by providing an overview of the existing pension system in the Maldives, elaborate on the interdependencies between pensions and social security. To to start off, I will start with the metaphor. Let's look at this train as an important component of growth in the economy. Like train to visualize the economic growth. So what do we need to do? We need to ignite the train. When we talk about economic growth, visualize economic growth as the train and get the train moving. Now, it's important to ignite this train, in other words, economic growth, to create jobs. People start generating income, and then this income will work as a multiplier, reducing poverty and improve economic well-being. Now, when we move to the next, we see, what do we see here? Once again, we understand the drivers of economic growth. There is a pattern of people who are able to benefit from the economic growth, and then people are trying to catch the train. That is the economic growth. People are trying to get a job. When we look at the people in this picture, we see men who are young, but what do we not see? We don't see women. We don't see people with disabilities. We don't see senior citizens, and we don't actually see much of families here. So in economic growth, if there are no interventions, it can naturally discriminate certain segments of the population. For example, women, barriers to participate in labor force, families with young children. This is why we need social policies within the economic growth. There needs to be redistributive measures to ensure everyone is included and everyone gets onto the train, leaving no one behind. And here we see people have managed to get onto the train, but it is not safe. These young people managed to get in, but doesn't mean that they have got a great job. They're just hanging on. As we can see, it is very hazardous. We need to make sure that loss of income, people could fall from the train, they could get an injury, so many things could go wrong in this. So this is when we need the social policies to support the people who fall or something goes wrong. People need to be protected when they are working in the modern economy. And then we look at the inside of the train. Here we see in the very same train, there are a set of people who are enjoying very comfortably. Maybe they had inheritances, they had special skills and things that they could use to get on to the very comfortable compartment of the train. But there are some who always benefit more than others. And then how can we reduce this gap and create an average between the previous photo and this one? So this is where the social policies come in. The economic growth, as it grows, we need to make sure no one is left behind, and we need protection when the people are working in the economy. This is where tax and social insurances come in, where people can actually prepare to get into the train. But when we reduce this gap, more people are enjoying the ride. We see that people have managed to get in. We see in general work is comfortable, not hazardous anymore, even though some people are standing. Everyone is included in the economic growth now. If we look at the train, we see that there are policies for elderlies, there are special seating arrangements. For children, there are special seats and allocations. There are certain set of rules and practices that accommodate inclusivity. We move the train from that is excluded vulnerable groups to one that has included everyone. We do this by introducing measures such as inclusive policy and taxation. Now for the people who are trying to get a better seat. So this is, I think, where the social insurances come in, where we have measures in place to, for the people, give them the opportunity to create a better seat or to get a better seat for them. So in an economy, some level of disparity is always expected, and we try to minimize the disparities through inclusive social policies. People have the opportunity to work and change their life. Disparities give people opportunity to work hard and move on. This could be the choice people create this opportunity. This is why we talk about balance of objectives and social policies to leave no one behind. Now you would be wondering, in a pension seminar, why is she talking about economic growth and social policies? Well, I think this is where I am heading. Social protection. So when you look at social protection, there are so many pillars in a well-established social protection. And I just want to highlight that pension is just one pillar in it. We cannot do everything with pension. We need to develop the other pillars. We need to come at par with how, the development comes and how the policies affect people who are working. It provides benefits to individuals on the basis of risk and risk faced across the life cycle, and and I just want to highlight that pension is just one pillar of this. We need the other pillars to grow with us so that we can do what we're trying to, not leaving anyone behind. Now looking at prior to reform, in 2009, we had, at that time there were these two schemes, a non-contributory defined benefit that had an arrangement after 20 years of service, you get a defined amount of money for the rest of your life, and you can still be working and earning, your salary and this pension. And then we had a government provident fund. It's a defined contribution where it was only for the public sector though. It was only limited to the government employees, and the participation was voluntary, and we could do early withdrawals. I mean, it started as no withdrawals, but we let withdrawals happen, and eventually what did we find? That when we dissolved the Provident Fund in 2009-10, people did not have much earnings. So I'm trying to highlight that pension is for retirement, so we need to save this for retirement, and early withdrawals would not meet the purpose of pension. Now, reasons for reform, very obviously, back in 2005-06, when Robert was here, they did a huge study and found that it was not sustainable. It was impossible to continue with that. But now, unfortunately, we see we have added more burden to it. I'm sure Robert will highlight it in his presentation. And then coverage was limited only to the public sector. Adequacy, when you talk about adequacy, I saw when we were doing the reform and when we were doing the accrued rights, there were people getting about 100 or 150 rupiah pensions. I mean, it doesn't do much for a person, so adequacy was one of the biggest concerns that was raised. International best practices, of course, we were trying to follow, and that's why we have gone to a multi-pillar system. There was no job mobility. People would stay in public sector to earn the 20-year pension. So that opportunity to create a better life kind of was very difficult to balance. And then by reform, we did introduce the national social protection floor with the basic pension, so that no one is again left behind, everyone is covered, people don't fall through the gaps and fall into poverty. And then we the new system is aimed at income replacement and consumption smoothing. That is, we don't want working people to fall into sudden lifestyle shocks. When they retire, there's a sudden huge decrease in the income, which would actually have a lifestyle shock. So this is what we were trying to avoid. So now we have this beautiful Maldives pension system where we have a basic pension, and which is for the entire, elderly population is covered, all the vulnerable groups are covered, and then we have the retirement pension where we have the opportunity to make our life better, get a seat in the first class. It's just 7% is mandatory. You can, of course, contribute more, so there's options for voluntary contribution in this. Now, when you look at our system, if you look at the population data from 2022, we have a total Maldivian population of about 382,000, and we have retirement savings accounts registered in pension office about 188,000 retirement savings accounts, which is a good percentage of the working population. I mean, like if you look at the numbers, labor force numbers is less than that because we have people moving in and out of the system, but we have a good coverage in MRPS, and we have a very good contribution coming in from both private and public sector. We are collecting about 143 million a month. Now, this is the interesting part of it, the basic pension. So, when you look at the 2022 census data again, we have about 20,000 elderly people, and we are dispersing about 100 million per month to elderly population as basic pension. And I'd like to highlight, when you look at the numbers, actually this is 2022 census number, but when I look at last month's disbursement, we had disbursed basic pension to about 23,000 people, which is about 2,500 people in addition in just 1.5 years. So we are aging and we need to prepare for it. Well, benefit levels, when you look at it, Maldives has the highest benefit in basic pension, which, and when you look at the expenditure side of it, as we started off with 1.6% of the GDP towards elderly, it is growing at a high rate, and by 2050, we're expecting it to hit 3.5%. That is, even if we keep the benefits at this level, because this is something that needs to be adjusted based on inflation and things, but if we remain the benefits at the same level, it's going to be 3.5% of the GDP. Okay. So when you look at the current challenges, impending aging population, you see how the population aging and how this expenditure would actually grow at a very fast rate. I think when I speak about it, it's not just the basic pension or that thing, but what we need to look at is the double pensions that we talk about, certain cohorts getting additional benefits from the taxpayers' money. So we need to actually rethink how we distribute this tax money to the population. And when we look at it, I mean, in our technical terms, we say it's not just double. There are some people who get even triple pensions. And then there are people who draw huge pensions and join the workforce again. And, they get a government salary and they get the pensions and they get lump sums. So these are policies we need to reconsider, revisit and rethink. Coverage of MRPS, while I say it is okay, there's still a long way to go. We still have the small individual workers and other small businesses that we need to cover. We're working on it, But one of the biggest challenges again here is because we have a significantly high basic pension, it becomes very challenging to convince people. You know, whenever we have a focus group discussion, but the answer we get is, anyway, we will get 5,000. Why do we need to save for it? So that is another thing. And I think when we started off pension, it was, the basic pension was set at 2,000 rupiah with a lot of studies, because I see oftentimes it is at the poverty line, we tried to market it that. So I think we did those calculations when we did the reform, and it was at 2,000 rupiah, and suddenly it changed to 5,000. And then there are inherent challenges because these things are interlinked. So now for a person to do an early withdrawal, it's about 10,000 they have to have at 55. So which is quite challenging for the system. So I think abrupt pension is something we did a lot of research. I think Robert worked for about 4 or 5 years in the Maldives prior to doing the reform. There were lots of options that was deliberated, and then we chose the potentially best option for us, which would be sustainable and which could actually make a difference to our people. So we need to really consider and rethink before policy changes in these systems. Yeah. As I noted in my slides, it is these very challenges that require us to rethink the reform today. It is these challenges that we need to address, not just for the sustainability of the pension system, but for the broader economic transition that we face with the future demographic reality of an aging population in the Maldives. I end my remarks today also noting that 2024 is a momentous year for the Pension Office. It marks the 15th year since the establishment of Pension Office. And I take this opportunity to thank all our staff members, partners, and stakeholders for their invaluable contribution to the establishment of sustainable pension system in the Maldives. Once again, I thank you all for joining us today at the 11th Maldives Finance Forum. Together, I hope today we can kickstart a crucial conversation to ensure that financial security of our aging population through sustainable pension systems. Through this platform, let's not only discuss but collaborate towards solutions. I encourage each of you to actively engage in today's discussions and forge new partnerships that will shape our financial and social landscape. I hope you will have a productive and enlightening forum. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO. We are honored to have the Minister of Social and Family Development, Dr. Aishat Shiham, as the chief guest. I kindly request the Honorable Minister to address the forum participants. Dr. Aishat Shiham.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalam ala Sayyidina Muhammadin. Khatimil Anbiya wal Mursaleen. Wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain. Raitum Madlihuge izzateri memberun, izzateri wazirun, Pension Office Board Chairperson, Dr. Ahmad Inas, Board Memberun, Adi CEO Sujata Halim, Muassasatahuge Verin, Emmeha izzatterin, Wadagen Tibbevi, Emmeha Beflum. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Demehettenivi pension nizame, mitimge dashum beve, egarvana finance forum ga paverive. Tia emme befuna mukhatib kurumge fursat limaki, alugandalibe warabodu fave. Before continuing with my keynote speech, I would like to take a moment to recognize the presence of Mr. Robert Palacios. His pivotal role in the pension and social administration system was instrumental in shaping our social security system. Mr. Palacios, it is a great pleasure and honor to have you here with us today. Your contributions laid a strong foundation, and your continued support is invaluable as we revisit the tenets of our system and strive to build a more sustainable pension system. Thank you. Demehtanivi pension nizame gaim kurumge masekke kuramun gendairu rajya himenehin muli duniyavves miwagutu dimawa munda emme bodu ek gonjehun kamgawa ආබාදී ඉතුරුවමුන්දා රේට් දව්වේ. උමුරුන් දුවස්වී ආබාදී ඉතුරුවමුන්දා දියුම අලියලුවාලුමකී මුහිම්මු කමෙක් කමුගා අල්ගොන් දෙකෙන්. දෙහස් බාවිස් වනහරු බෝහිමනුන්ගේ තෆාස් හිසාබ්තක දක්කා ගොතුන් දිවෙහි රාජ්‍යයේ ආබාදීගේ මෙදු උමුරු නුවත මීඩියන් ඒජ් ෆායිත්වී තිරීස් අහරුතරේගා වනී සෝල අහරුන් තිරීස් අහරා මතිවෙෆා. මේ බදල්ගේ අස්ලකී සිහි නිසාම් හිමෙනෙහෙන් අල්ගොන්මෙන්ගේ දිරි උළුමුගේ ෆෙම්වර කුරියරුමා තරග්ගි. නම්වස් උමුරුන් දුවස්වී මීහුන්ගේ ආබාදී ඉතුරුව මුන්දා දියුමකී ඒගා කුරියරුමුගේ ෆුර්සැත්තකෙන් හුරුමුගේ ඉතුරුන් ගොන්ජෙහුන්තකෙව්වෙස් හිමෙනේ කමේ. එහෙන් කමුන් ආබාදීගේ අන්දාසාතක රියායක්කෝ උමුරුන් දුවස්වී ආබාදිය තයියාරුවමකී මිහාරු සුරෙන් අල්ගොන්මෙන් ෆෂන්ජෙහෙ මසෙක්කතේ. අල්ගොන්මෙන්ගේ ගවමුන් ලිබෙන් හොරි ඉන්සානී වසීලෙත්තක ගවම ලිබෙන් හොරි ආම්දනී අදි නෆා බේනුන් කොග්ගෙන් මිහාරු සුරෙන් මසෙක්කෙ කොග්ගෙන් මී ගොන්ජෙහුන්තක ෆුරිහමය තයියාරුව විජ්ජනම මී ගවමුගේ ඉක්තිසෝදී අදි ඉජ්තිමායි දුවෙලි ආ මිස්ටාබක බට්ටන් කුරුමල්ලිබේ ખાસ ફુરસતે දෙහස් 22 වනහරු බෝ හිමිනුමුන් එංගිගෙන්දියයි රාජ්‍යේගා ජුවානුන්ගේ බොඩු ආබාදියේ මිවගුතු එබෝ එක්කන් එහෙන් කමුන් මි ෆුර්සත්ගේ බේනුන් එම්මෙ ෆුරිහමෙන් හිෆුන් කමා ගොලේ එම්මෙහා ෆරාත්තක ගුලිගෙන් මසෙක්කි කුරුමකි වරම් මුහිම්මු කමේ හේව වෙරිකමා දෙෆුෆෙන්න සියාසතෙගේ තෙරෙයින් ඉක්තිසෝදී ඉජ්තිමායි අදි ඊජාදී මගුචාටකායෙක්කු ජුවාන් ආබාදී කුරියරුවේනේ හිව්වරා ගාබිල් මෑන් අල්ලෝහගේ වාගිෆලායකී අල්ගොන්මෙන්ගේ එබහුරි ජුවාන් මසෙක්කෙත්තරින් කුරියරුවා එෆරාත්තක බේනුම්වා මසෙක්කෙත්තරිකම්ගේ හුනරු තරග්ගී කුරවේනු ගොත්ත රාවා ජුවානුන්න ෆහි වසීෆාගේ ෆුර්සත්තකු තෙරෙයින් ඉක්තිසෝදී දුවෙලි හලුවිකෝ ජුවානුන්නකී මාලී ගොතුන් ಜಿಮ್ಮಾದಾರ್ අදි මසෙක්කෙත්තෙරි අදි ගෞමී කුරියරුම ජෝෂායකු මසෙක්කෙ කුරා බයකන් හෙදිදාන මිගොතුන් මිදෙන්නෙවි බොඩු ජුවාන් ආබාදීගේ බේනුන් ෆුරිහමේ කුරුම මි සරුකාරුන් දනී රේවුන් තෙරි කමායකු ඉස්තිරාජී මසෙක්කෙත්තකෙ කුරමු අල්ගොන් මෙන් දෙකේ ගොතුගා ජුවානුන්නකී මියදුගේ ලීඩරු ජුවානුන්ගේ වසීෆායට්ටකා අල්ගොන් මෙන් ඉස් නගාගෙන් කුරියක් ගෙන්දා මසෙක්කෙත්තකී වසීෆාගේ කුරියරුම හිග්ගෑම ෆුර්සැත්තකෙන් හෝදා දිනුමුගේ අමාසුගා කුරා මසෙක්කෙත්තකි මේ මසෙක්කෙත්තහුගේ සවබුන් ගවුමුගේ ඉක්සෝදෂා ඉජ්තිමායි ෆේරාම අන්නානේ මල්ටිප්ලයර් ඉෆෙක්ට් වර බොඩවානිකන් යගින් ඉජ්තිමායි රක්කාතෙරිකමකී ගානූන් අසාසින් කෂවර් කොද්දීෆාවා අසාසී හග්ගෙ මේ හග්ගුන් කෂවර් කොද්දෙනී එව්වෙස් ෆරාතේ ಬಾಕಿ ನುಕುರುමුಗೆ ಸಿಯಾಸತ್ ಕುಡಕುದಿಂ ಜುವಾನುಂ ಉಮರುನ್ ದುವಸ್ ಮೀಹುಂ ಅದಿ ಖಾಸೆ ಇಹಿತೆರಿಕಮ ಬೇನುಂವಾ ಫರಾಯತ್ತ ಹಿಮೆನೆಹಿಂ ಎಮ್ಮೆಹಾ ದಿವೆಹಿನ್ನಕಿ ಮುಜ್ತಮೌಗೆ ಫುರಿಯಮೆ ಹಿಸ್ಸಾವ ಅಬುರುವೆರಿಕಮ ರಕ್ಕಾತೆರಿಕಮಾಯಕು ದಿರಿಯುಳುಮುಗೆ ಹಗ್ಗು ಒಬ್ಬಯಕಂ ಹೆದು එහෙන් කමුන් දිවෙහි රාජ්‍යයේ ආබාදී දොෂී උමුරුගේ ආබාදිය කාදිමාල මිස්රාබ් ජහායිර අල්ගොන් මෙන්ගේ අමාසකී ඉස්රව්වෙහින් හිමනේහින් නාසුක ಹಾಲತುಗ ದಿರಿಯುಳೆ ಅದಿ ಎಫದ ಹಾಲತಕಂ ಹುಷ ಹೇಳಿದಾಣೆ ಪರಾತ್ತಂ ಅಮಾಜ್ ಕೊಗ್ಗೆಂ ಇನ್ಸಾಫ್ ವೆರಿ ದೆಮೆ ಹೆಟ್ಟೆನಿವಿ ಅದಿ ಎಕಶೀಗೆಂ ವಾ ಆಮ್ದನಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇನು ಗೊತ ಮಗು ಫಹಿವಾಫದ ದಿರಿಯುಳುಮುಗೆ ಎಕಿ ಮರಹಲಾತವುಗ ಹುರಿಹಾ ರಯ್ಯತುಣ್ಣ ದಿಮಾವಾ ಇಕ್ತಿಸೋದಿ ಇಜ್ತಿಮಾಯಿ ಲೊಳುಂತಕ ಗುದ್ರತಿ ಕಾರಿಸಾತಕುನ್ ರಕ್ಕಾತಿರಿಕೊದ್ದೇನೆ ಹಾರ್ಮನೈಸ್ಡ್ ಇಜ್ತಿಮಾಯಿ ರಕ್ಕಾತಿರಿಕಮುಗೆ ಫುರಿಹಮ ನಿಜಾಮೆ ಗಾಯಿಮ್ಕೋ ತಂಫೀಸ್ ಕುರು ಅಳ್ಗೊಂಡು ಮೆಂಗಿ ನಜರ್ಗಾ ಮಿದೆನ್ನೆ ಇಫದ ಫುರಿಹಮ ಇಜ್ತಿಮಾಯಿ ರಕ್ಕಾತಿರಿಕಮುಗೆ ನಿಜಾಮೆಗೆ ಅಸಾಸ್ತಕಿ ದಿವೆಹಿ ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಹಾಲತ ಫೆತೆ ಬೈನಲ್ ಅಗ್ವಾಮಿ ಹಮತಕ ಎಗ್ಗೊತ ಹುರಿಹಾ ಉಮುರ್ ಫುರಾತಕ ಅಮಾಸ್ ಕುರೆವಿಗೆಂ ದಿರಿಯುಳುಮುಗೆ ಹುರಿಹಾ ಮರಹಲಾತಗಿಗ ಫಗೀರುಕಮ ನಾಜುಕ್ ಹಾಲತ ಅದಿ ಇಜ್ತಿಮಾಯಿ ಗೊತುಂ ಹವಾಸಾವೆ ಫದಾನೆಕಮ ಹುಷಹಳೆ ಫರಾತ್ತ ಮಧುಕುರವೇನೆ ಅದಿ ಎಫದ ಹಾಲೆತ್ತವುಗ ತಿಬಿ ಫರಾತ್ತ ಎ ಹಾಲತುಂ ಅರಾಗಣವೇನೆ ಮಗ್ ಫಹಿ ಕೊದ್ದೇನೆ ಗೊತ್ತ ರೇವಿಫಾವಾ ಸಿಯಾಸತ್ತಕ ಅದಿ ದೌಲತುಂ ಫೋರು ಕೊದ್ದೆ ನುವತ ಅಮಿಲ್ಲೆಂ ಎದಿಗೆಂ ಬ್ಯಾವ್ರೆವೆ ಗೊತ್ತ ರೇವಿಫಾವಾ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ತಗೆ ಮಿಫದ ನಿಜಾಮೆ ಗಾಯಿಮ್ಕೋ ರಾವಾ ಹಿಂಗುಮುಗೆ ಬ್ಯಾಗಂಡು ಎಂ ಮಕ್ಸದಕಿ ಅಳ್ಗೊಂಡ್ ಮೆನ್ ರಯ್ಯಿತುಣ್ಣ ವಿ ವೌದ್ ಎವ್ವೆಸ್ ಫರುದಕು ಬಾಕಿ ನುಕೋ ಹುರಿಹಾ ರಯ್ಯಿತುಣ್ಣ ಎಹೀತರಿಕಂ ಬೇನುಂವಾ ಹಾಲೆತ್ತವುಗ ಎ ಬೇನುಂವಾ ಇಹೀತ ಎ ಕಮ ಕಂಡ ಎಳೆ ವಗುತುಗ ಫೋರು ಕೊದ್ದಿನಮಗೆ ಅಮಾಸ್ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಫುರಿಹಮೆಯಂ ಹಾಸಿಲ್ ಕುರುಮ ಕುರಂಜೆಹೆ ಮಸೆಕೆತ್ತ ಕುರು ಅದಿಮಿ ಗಾಯಿಮ್ ಕುರವೆ ಇಜ್ತಿಮಾಯಿ ರಕ್ಕಾತಿರಿಕಮುಗೆ ನಿಜಾಮಕಿ ದಿವೆಹಿ ಹುರಿಹಾ ರಯ್ಯಿತುಣ್ಣ ಬೇನುಂವಾ ಇಜ್ತಿಮಾಯಿ ರಕ್ಕಾತಿರಿಕಂ ಫೋರು ಕೊದ್ದಿನಮಗೆ ಮಸೆಕೆತ್ತ ಮಗುದಕ್ಕಾದೇನೆ ಒಣಿಗಂಡೆ ಮಿಜಾಮ್ಗೆ ಮ್ಯಾಗಂಡು ಬಹಾತಕ್ ಕಮವ್ವಾ ಇಜ್ತಿಮಾಯಿ ಎಹಿ ಇಜ್ತಿಮಾಯಿ ಇನ್ಶೂರೆನ್ಸ್ ಅದಿ ಇಜ್ತಿಮಾಯಿ ಖಿದ್ಮತ್ತಕಿ ರಯ್ಯಿತುಣ್ಣ ದಿಮಾವಾ ಅದಿ ದಿಮಾವೆ ದಾಣೆ ಎಕಿ ಕಾಲ ಲೊಳುಂತಕುಂ ರಕ್ಕಾತಿರಿ ಕುರುಮ ದುರಾಲ ತಯ್ಯಾರುಮ ಎಕುಲವಾಲೆವೆ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ತಗೆ ಎಗತುಂ ಪೆನ್ಷನ್ನಕಿ ಮಿ ದೆನ್ನೆವಿ ಬಹಾತವ್ಗೆ ತೆರೆಯಿಂ ಇಜ್ತಿಮಾಯಿ ಎಹಿ ಇಜ್ತಿಮಾಯಿ ಇನ್ಶೂರೆನ್ಸ್ ಹಾಸಿಲ್ ಕುರೆವೇನೆ ಮ್ಯಾಗಂಡು ಎತ್ತಬು ಹಮ ಮಿಯಾಯಕು ಮಿ ನಿಜಾಮ್ಗೆ ಅಣೆಬ್ ಬಹಾ ಕಮ್ಗಾವ ಇಜ್ತಿಮಾಯಿ ಖಿದ್ಮೆ ಫೋರು ಕೊದ್ದಿನುಮ ಅಳ್ಗೊಂಡ್ ಮೆಂಗೆ ವುಜಾರಾಯಂ ಕುರಿಯ ಗೆಂದ ಹಾಲು ಕೀನೆಂ ಅದಿ ಇಬಮ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮಕಿ ಮುಜ್ತಮೌಗ ತಿಬಿ ದೌಲತ್ಗೆ ಖಾಸ್ ಸಮಾಲ್ ಕಮ ರಕ್ಕಾತಿರಿಕಂ ಬೇನುಂವಾ ಫರಾತ್ತ ದೆನಗತುಮ ಎ ಫರಾತ್ತಕ ರಕ್ಕಾತಿರಿಕಂ ಕಶವರ್ ಕುರುಮ ಕುರಿಯ ಗೆಂದವೆ ಮಸೆಕ್ಕೆತ್ತಕ್ಕೆ ಮಿ ಮಸೆಕ್ಕೆ ಬಟ್ಟಂ ಕುರೆಫಾವಣಿ ಎವ್ವೆಸ್ ವರದಕು ಬಾಕಿ ನುವಾಣೆ ಹೆಂ ಅಂಹೆನುಣ್ಣ ಕುಡಕುದಿನ್ನ ನುಕುಳದುನ್ ತೆರಿಕಂ ಹುಣ್ಣ ಫರಾತ್ತಕ ದೊಷಿ ಉಮುರುಗೆ ಮೀ ಹುಣ್ಣ ದಿಮಾವಾ ಇಜ್ತಿಮಾಯಿ ಮಸ್ಸಲ್ತ ಕಂಬಡುವ ಹಿಸಾಬ ದಿಯುಮುಗೆ ಕುರಿಂ ಎಫದ ಮಸ್ಸಲ್ತ ದೆನೆಗೆನೆ ಅವಸ್ ಫಿಯವಳತಕೆಂ ಅಳ ರಕ್ಕಾತಿರಿ ಕಂ ಕಶವರ್ ಕುರುಮ ಗುಮಾಯಕು ದೌಲತ್ಗೆ ಎಕಿ ಎಕಿ ಮುಸ್ಸಸಾತಕುಂ ರಯ್ಯಿತುಣ್ಣ ಫೋರು ಕೊದ್ದೆ ಇಜ್ತಿಮಾಯಿ ರಕ್ಕಾತಿರಿ ಕಮುಗೆ ಇಹೀತಕುಂ ಖಾಸಕೋ ಉಮರುಂದುವಸ್ವಿ ಮೀಹುಣ್ಣ ಫೋರು ಕೊದ್ದೆ ಪೆನ್ಷನು ರಮ್ಸ್ ಕೊದ್ದೆನಿ ಇಸ್ ರವ್ವೆಹಿನ್ನ ಆಮ್ದನಿಗೆ ರಕ್ಕಾತಿರಿಕಂ ಕಶವರ್ಕೋ ಅಬುರು ವೆರಿಕಮ ಕದರ್ ವೆರಿಕಮ ದಿರಿಯುಳುಮ ಮಗಿ ಫಹಿ ಕೊದ್ದಿನುಮ ರೈಸು ಜುಮ್ಹೂರಿಯಾ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಮೊಹಮ್ಮದ್ ಮುಯಿಜ್ಗೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರುಂ ದೆವ್ವಾ ಇಸ್ಕಂ ಫಾಯಿತ್ ವಿಹಾರ್ತಕ ತೆರೆಗ ರಾಜ್ಯ ವಣಿ ಇಸ್ ರವ್ವೆಹಿಂಗೆ ಆಮ್ದನಿಗೆ ರಕ್ಕಾತಿರಿಕಂ ಗಾಯಿಮ್ ಕುರುಮ ಗಿನ ಗುಣ ಮಸೆಕತ್ತೆಗೆ ಕಾಮಿಯಾಬೀತಕೆಂ ಹೋದಾಫ ಮಸೆಕತ್ಗೆ ಆಬಾದಿಗೆ ವಕಿ ಬಯಕ ಎಕಣಿ ಪೆನ್ಷನ್ ಲಿಬೆ ನಿಜಾಮಕುಂ ಫಸ್ತುರಸ್ ಫಸ್ಸಾರು ಫುರಿಫಾವಾ ದಿವೆಹಿ ಹುರಿಹಾ ರಯ್ಯಿತುಂ ಹಿಮನೇಹಿಂ ಪೆನ್ಷನ್ ನಿಜಾಮ್ ಬಟ್ಟಂ ವೆಗೆಂದಿಯ ಹಮ ಎಹೆಮ್ಮೆ ಇಜ್ತಿಮಾಯಿ ರಕ್ಕಾತಿರಿಕಂಗ ಫುರಿಹಮ ನಿಜಾಮೆ ಗಾಯಿಮ್ ಕುರುಮ ಬೇನುಂವಾ ಫ್ರೇಮ್ವರ್ಕ್ ಮಿಹಾರು ಎಕುಲವಾಲೆ ಫವಾಯಿರು ಮಿ ಗಾಯಿಮ್ ಕುರೆವೆ ಗೌಮಿ ನಿಜಾಮಕಿ ದೆಮೆಹೆಟ್ಟೆನಿವಿ ಗೊತೆಗ್ಗ ಕುರಿಯ ಗೆಂದೆವೇನೆ ಹರುದನಾ ಅದಿ ಎಮ್ಮೆನ್ ಶಾಮಿಲ್ವಾ ನಿಜಾಮಕಂ ಹೆದುಮಟ್ಟಕ ಮಸ್ಲಹತ್ ವೆರಿನ್ನ ಗುಳಿಗೆಂ ಮಸೆಕ್ಕೆ ಫೆಶುಮ ಅಳ್ಗುಮೆಂ ನಿದನಿ ತಯ್ಯಾರುವಮು ಅಳ್ಗುಮೆಂ ದೆಕೆ ಗೊತುಗ ಪೆನ್ಷನ್ ನಿಜಾಮ್ಗೆ ದೆಮೆಹೆಟ್ಟೆನಿವಿ ಕಮಕಿ algon men emmen guligen ada kuramwa zimmai ekamattaka sarukaruge iturun private sector adi madani jamiya tawge ebbarlun waram muhim adi midennevi gina maslahat verin miwagut alugandayakon mi maalamga tibbe viru den tibbe maslahat verin rajyege eki sarahadu takun mis mediage mansatam medweriko mi forum ga bayaveri wadanwanikan yagi enkamu miyadan agenda kureifawa mashwarataku terein demehettenivi adi harudana pensiona ijtimai rakkaterikamuge nizame gaim kurumuga waram muhimu mawlumata khiyal libenekamuge yaginkan alugandan iboy demehettenivi nizamtam medweriko rajyege iktisodi kurieruma gaumi kurierun haluiko kuramu mida masekketawge sawbun algonmege mustaqbala harudana bingale eligen danikan yagin umurun duwasi abadiyaka tayyaru mundairu mi sarukaruge vistumaki washajehe adi huriha umuruka ege faida kurani gota masekkerrevun algun men deke gotuka aging siyasat revuma tanfiz kurumuga life cycle approach ke terein masekke kurevijjanama umurun duwasvi abadi ginawumuge sawbun kurimatiwa triple shock kudavigen dan midennevi triple shock of aging kurimativani aamusi hata pension kura kharat iturumay masekke teringe ufeddun terikan dashadyumu mi forum ga bari wadanwa tajriba karuna fanni mahirunge ehi terikama mashwara yayiku demehettenevi adi hardana ijtimai rakka terikamuge nizame gaim kuruma waram muhimmu hissaye libigendane de jinsge hamahamakan kashwar kureven gotasha aili ebbawantakan itur kureven gota huriha emmenge baverivun himene gota algon memmi kosha magun mustaqbala harudana bingaleng elumuge ho tawfiq man Allah minwar kurawwashi amin wama tawfiqi illa billah alayhi tawakkaltu wa alayhi unib wassalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Minister. As we celebrate our 15th anniversary this year, let's reflect on the journey and the progress that we've made along the way.
Since its establishment in 2009, the Maldives Pension Administration Office has catalyzed remarkable progress in social security and the financial sector of the country. This was achieved through the implementation of the multi-pillar pension system introduced under the Pension Act. The successful implementation of the Old Age Basic Pension Scheme, designed to serve as a social protection floor, is a significant milestone achieved in providing income security for senior citizens. In the year 2023 alone, the Pension Office disbursed over 1 billion rupiah as a basic pension for more than 22,000 senior citizens who might not otherwise have a stable source of income in old age. While we celebrate this as a huge leap towards alleviating old age poverty and providing universal pension coverage in the Maldives, we are conscious of the shift in demographics towards an aging population, and we remain committed to to achieving our mission to ensure the sustainability and attractiveness of the pension system. In pursuit of this goal, we have been diligently working on strengthening Maldives' retirement pension scheme as a mechanism to help the young workforce to plan and save for retirement. As of December 2023, 87% of the workforce in formal employment have retirement saving accounts created under MRPS, and their combined monthly pension contributions exceeds 140 million rupiah. With MRPS investments generating an average annual return above 5%, Pension Fund has surpassed 22 billion rupiah in asset value, easily retaining its position as the largest saving fund in the country, delivering unmatched investment opportunities for members. We aim to ensure that this fund serves the best interests of MRPS members and contribute to the sustainability and attractiveness of the pension system. By adopting robust investment practices to foster fund growth and aiding participants in accumulating sufficient savings for their retirement, safeguarding funds through strong governance, and leveraging technology for efficiency. Through these endeavors, the Pension Office has established itself as a forward-thinking institution, consistently delivering top-notch services and making significant contributions to nation building over the past 15 years.
We will now take a short break of 20 minutes. Tea will be served outside the hall, and we will resume with the next agenda item at 10:20. We kindly request the chief guest, all speakers, panelists, our board members, and the executive team to remain and join us for a photo session. We may now break for tea outside the hall. For the first photo, I'd like to invite on stage the chief guest, Dr. Aishat Shiham, Mr. Robert Palacios, Chairperson Dr. Ahmad Inas, and CEO Sujata Halim. Now I'd like to request the chiefs to join. Now I'd like to request the panelists and the board members to join. Thank you, everyone. We will start shortly.
Welcome back. Next on the agenda is a presentation on changing demographics of Maldives by the Chief Statistician, Ms. Aishat Hassan. Ms. Aishat is actively involved in national policy-making committees, such as the Macroeconomic Policy Coordination Committee and the High-Level Steering Committee on Implementation of the Gender Equality Action Plan. Please welcome Ms. Aishat Hassan.
First of all, before I start my presentation, I would like to ask the participants here, do you know what is the population of Maldives? Because it has been already told in this forum. How many of you know the population of Maldives? Okay, let me go through my presentations. I think it will be very insightful for all of you because firstly, I will be going through the census results and then looking at the past trends in the population and also the population projection up to 2054. So I'll be taking you through to see the demographic transitions. So in the Maldives, according to Census 2022, the population is 515,000, but then out of which it is only every 1 in 4 are living foreigners. So what we are seeing is 3 out of 4 are Maldivians. It is very important to define what the population is. So population, what we mean is not the registered population, but the population who are residing in the Maldives. And also, if we see the breakdowns, we could see that 41% of the population lives in Malé, while it is 10% who are living in the resorts, 3% lives in the industrial islands such as Tilafushi or airports, and 46% live in the administrative islands. So when we look at the disbursement of the population or distribution of the population, it is among the atolls, Addu city has the majority of the population among the atolls with over 25,000, and then the northernmost atoll has the most population. When we look at the population distribution, whether in terms of the nationality, we could see that foreigners are already outnumbered in some of the age groups in the prime age. So let's see, from 25 to 29 years of age group, you could see that foreigners outnumber the Maldivians by at least 10,000. So when we look at the population of Maldives over time, you could see that it was only little above, it was 72,000 in 1911 when we started our first population census. But then by 2022, it has increased to 382,000. So we could see the rapid growth since the late 1970s. And when we see the natural increase of population, when we see what is the natural increase is due to the increase in the births and also deaths. So it was peaking in 2012 with over 7,400 persons per year. But then now it has declined to a little above 4,000. So we could see that the decline is not only because of the decline in the births, but also increase in the number of deaths. When we look at the fertility rate, we could see that in 1982, we had the highest fertility rates, which is above 7.1 children per woman. So fertility rate is the rate, the number of children a woman would have in her reproductive lifespan. So we could see that it has now declined to 1.7 when we checked in 2022 population census. So, but then there was a huge decline in the late 1990s. But then if you could see the growth rates, the growth rate at which fertility declines has declined, even though the fertility rate, it is still declining. When we look at the life expectancy at birth, we could see that on average, a Maldivian is expected to live over 80 years. So it has been increasing since 1950s. So, but then the rate at which our life expectancy increases has declined over time. And when we see the sex disaggregate data, we could see that prior to 1995, women had a lower life expectancy at birth, while men had a higher life expectancy. But past 1995, women has now a higher life expectancy than men, and women are expected to live 7 more years than their counterpart men. As highlighted in the previous presentations, also we have a population of comprising of 68% in the working age group. When we say working age group, we mean to say the population between 15 to 64 years. So it is very important for the Maldives to make use of this working age group so that we could achieve the demographic dividend. When we say a demographic dividend, it means that by using this population, we could escalate our population growth rate. And when we see the dependency ratios, we could see that in the earlier years, the child dependency ratio is very high. Child dependency ratio means the number of children per 100 people in the working age group. So at that time, child dependency ratio was 93, but it had, by 2050, we are expecting to decline it to 27 for every 100 people in the working age group. So, but when we look at the old age dependency ratio, we could see that it will be increasing throughout, and by 2050 it would reach to 20%. We mean to say 1 in every 5 will be a person in the old age. from all this data, what we could see is our population is slowly losing its youthfulness. And if we could see the 1990 data, we could see that the median age is 16, which means that 50% of our population is below 16 years, while 50% is above 16 years. But now in the latest census, what we are seeing is 50% of our population is below 30 years, while other 50% is below above 30 years. So that this is also a sign of population aging. So when we look at the population projections, we are seeing that based on the previous growth rates, we could see that by 2054, our population will be reaching nearly to 1 million. But then our estimate is more than 400,000 will be foreigners, out of which. So this is something, because the foreign population is increasing rapidly, while the Maldivian population, the growth rate is very low. And when we see the percentage share, we could see that by 2054, 43% of our population will be foreigners, and 57% will be the Maldivians. So we are saying that out of every 10 people, 4 will be foreigners. And in terms of the number of working age population in our country, it doubles by 2054. So we could see that a foreign population would increase in 4 folds by that time, and 1 in every 2 working people in the working age will be foreigners. According to our projections, we are expecting that half of our, not more than half of our population, but 64% of our population will be residing in Malé. Then we would have to, because Malé is very small, so you could think of all the things, the services and all the negative impact that would have on the population if we do not take measures. And when we look at the aging index would see the number of, the ratio of people above 65 to the ratio of people from, children from 0 to 14 years. So we could see that in 2014 it was only 17, but by 2054 it would reach by 90, means to say we would have for every 100 children we would have 90 elder population. And it is important to see the life cycle, economic life cycle of the Maldivian population, because in the life cycle model we are concentrating on how much per capita will be in consumption and also labor income. So you could see that below 15 years of age, it's only per capita consumption that is there, because they are not earning any labor income prior to 15 years. So, but then with the red line, you could see that consumption keeps on increasing from birth till it is 15 years, and then slowly it starts to decline. So the peak consumption is at the age of 15 years, where you spend a lot on the education, mostly by the public sector and also by the private sector. So in this model, although I am not showing the disaggregation of the consumption, the disaggregation we have for the private and public consumption. By consumption we means because at that age, at the lower age, we are not earning anything. So they are not the ones who are spending, so, but they are rather consumers. When we see the sustainability of the expenditure at the current trajectory, we could see that the change in the population dynamics would have a huge impact on the government spending for health and also the universal pension, and also on the Asanda as well. In 1990, the government per capita health expenditure has increased a lot compared to the 2016 when we did a national transfer account in 1990. So we could see that once you reach certain age, the per capita consumption on the health expenditure escalates a lot, which means that the government, particularly the government, is spending so much on the health. This is, there was a research done, the Global Burden of Disease and Injury study that was done in 2020, which shows that most of the deaths in Maldives is caused by non-communicable diseases, and they are growing rapidly when we compare to 2019 with the 2009 data. So as these diseases such as strokes, diabetes, or hypertension, this kind of diseases increase, and we do not have any cap on the Asanda health insurance scheme. So by the time it reaches, when we have an aged population, this would have a huge burden. So we need to think about, we need to make policies now whether in the future these will be sustainable. So in conclusion, I would say that public programs on health and social protection is not sustainable if we do not reform them now. So we need to reform them in order to decrease the government debt. Because in the life cycle model also, we are seeing that we are spending more than what the labor income is. So because in the early life also, there's a deficit in the life cycle account, because the consumption is very high when the income is low. And also at the later age, when we reach above 65 years, and we are having a life cycle deficit as well. So it is very important now, if we do not spend, if we do not cut down the costs on these by reforming the social policies, we need to increase introduce new kind of taxes. And also we need, in order to cut down these costs, there's another way, that is by promoting healthy aging and by providing healthy aging incentives to the people. So that this is very important, I would say. From early age, we need our children for them to introduce healthy nutritional food. It's not when we go to, when we age, we need to introduce these. But from now on, we need to start. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Aishat, for sharing current and future projections on the changing population structure in the Maldives. We will now proceed to the first panel discussion of the day, focusing on the change in demographics in Maldives and the implications on the domestic economy. The panelists contributing to the discussion are Ms. Shadia Ibrahim, Head of Office, UNFPA, Maldives Country Office, Ms. Mariam Wissam, Registrar of Companies, Ms. Aishat Hassan, Chief Statistician, Maldives Bureau of Statistics, and Dr. Ahmad Enaz, Chairperson of the Board of Pension Office. The discussion will be moderated by Ms. Azhat Rushdi, Director of Policy and Programs at Pension Office. I kindly request the distinguished panelists to take their seats on the stage.
Good morning, everyone. I am very pleased to welcome you all to today's first panel session, and we are honored to have you here as we continue our exploration on the this year's topic, that is the sustainable pension system. My name is Azhat Rishti, and I'll be the moderator of this session. This panel discussion focuses on the topic changing demographics in Maldives and its implication on the domestic economy. From the previous presentation, we have seen that demographic shifts can have profound effects on the various aspects of society, including the labor market, healthcare, and social security system, among others. Future is only bright when we have policies, when we have good policies that reflects on the current trends. In this regard, understanding the current demographic trend is crucial for shaping policies to ensure economic stability and sustainability of the social security system, including pension system. We have had a glimpse of the demographic trends from the presentation given by Ms. Aishat Hassan. As the title goes for the panel, in this panel, we will explore the demographic trends in the Maldives and their economic implications. We'll also discuss how these changes affect economic growth and other factors such as labor markets and social support systems. We will also consider the impact of public policies, particularly on the fiscal front and social protection, and also the need for adjustment to ensure a sustainable growth. Lastly, most importantly, we will examine how these trends can influence defined contribution schemes such as the Maldives Retirement Pension Scheme in supporting a sustainable pension system. To dwell deeper in the topic, we are privileged to have an esteemed panel of experts who will share their insights and perspectives on this critical topic. It's my pleasure to briefly introduce the panelists. On my left, we have Ms. Shadia Ibrahim. Ms. Shadia Ibrahim has been the head of office at UNFPA Maldives since 2020. She leads the country team in development of management of the UNFPA country program of cooperation. She has been with UNFPA in various portfolios since January 1997, accumulating over 25 years of experience. She holds a master's degree in social change and development, a postgraduate diploma in social science research. Next is Ms. Mariam Wissam. She is a registrar of companies and a board member of Capital Market Development Authority. She has over 18 years of experience in economic policy, trade, and capital market. She holds a master's in business economics from the University of Queensland, Australia, and has led significant reforms in the Companies Act and Securities Act. She has also served as a member of the Board of Pension Office. Ms. Aishat Hassan, I think she has been introduced before, but I'll reinstate what has been said earlier. She's a chief statistician since August 2021. She has over 20 years of experience at National Bureau of Statistics. As stated earlier, she is actively involved in national policy making as a member of the Macroeconomic Policy Coordination Committee and the High-Level Steering Committee on Implementation of the Gender Equality Action Plan. She holds a bachelor's degree in economics management from the University of London and a master's degree in econometrics. Her area of expertise include GDP calculation, tourism economics, and price indices. Lastly, we have Dr. Ahmad Inas. Dr. Ahmad Inas is the chairperson of Maldives Pension Office, and he has been the chairperson since June 2022. As a former Minister of Finance and Treasury, he has also served as the National Deputy Director General at the Ministry of Planning and National Development. He is an assistant professor at the Maldives National University Business School. Dr. Inaz's notable achievements include spearheading crucial financial reforms in the Maldives, such as introducing the country's first tax system, implementing the National Health Insurance Scheme Asanda, proposing the first SME Act, and advocating for fiscal decentralization and greater governance transparency. Dr. Inaz holds a doctorate from the University of Auckland. Welcome to the panel. Before we begin our discussion, I would like to invite each panelist to give an opening remarks So I'll start with Ms. Shadia.
Thank you. Hello. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Facilitator Azad. And also, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Maldives Pension Office for inviting me to this very esteemed panel discussion at the meeting. As have been said before, I think she has introduced, sort of given a hint about my age. And I've had 20 plus years of work at UNFPA and primarily supporting the government in formulating various policies, collection of population data, analyzing, and also trying to transfer it to policy making. And in touching upon the topic, I would like to highlight that having an aging population is not necessarily a bad thing. I think we should all celebrate, because several years ago, say in my age, people will be preparing for dying years, but now at least I know I have several more decades to live before that prospects according to the life expectancy. So we shouldn't be looking into aging population as a burden solely. And I would also like to highlight that Maldives is not alone. 13 out of 22 countries in Asia have a below replacement fertility level, and 10 out of 22 countries are already facing aging population. So we are not unique. There's plenty of experience to learn from, and also policies to adapt and adjust. And there's no doubt we don't need economic growth if our population is not healthy. So a country's population is most valuable presence and the resource for safeguarding against ill health and poverty. So I thought I'll just highlight that in my intro, and thanks once again. Yeah.
Thank you. I would like to ask Ms.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to... Can you guys hear me? I don't think so. Can you hear me now?
It's very, I think maybe you can put the mic a bit closer.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. First of all, let me thank the CEO of Pension Office, the management and the board of directors for giving me this opportunity. I think this is a very timely topic. Firstly, because socio-economic trends should be closely monitored, and all the policymakers should be self-sensitized as to what would be the future of this country. It's I agree with Ms. Shadia, it's not necessarily a bad thing. I think what's more important is for us to be prepared. So I believe that today's discussion will shed some light as to how we should work towards shaping our policy objectives to ensure that we age gracefully as a nation. Thank you.
Ms. Aisha Hassan.
First of all, I would like to thank Ms. Suja for giving me this opportunity to be in this esteemed panel. So also I would like to highlight somebody who has come from the economic sector and who has my whole career in the economic sector, estimating the GDP, and also I think it is important for us to focus, and then when we plan also to use these, concentrate not only the economic but also on the social sector, so that it should go in hand. So that's something that I would like to highlight. It's let's make the people-centric decisions in policy making. Not only because we have seen that in the past, the master plans of, let's say, tourism or any other sector is purely focused on increase in the number of beds and GDP growth rate. And but then we need to focus, we need to develop, we need to focus on the human resource needs for the sector. So it should be a holistic approach rather than only the focusing on the specific GDP growth rate. Thank you.
Lastly, I would like to invite Rinas to give.
Divihin Bonadana. I'm sorry for Robert and many other expectorates who are with us. Arun Deke Gotoga, Befrans Fakureng, Umurun Doshivung, Nuni Abadi, Miedu, Mida, Gota, Arun Dehas Fansahuga, sizable population Rajega, Umurun Doshi, Mihunti, Umaki, Hegatuga, Arun Fahatang every Arun දිවරාජ්‍යයෙන් ඒගෙන් ෆෑදා කුරාන කමෙක් ගොතු ගවර්න්මන්ට් එබ විශ්නාදන්ජේ අවුන්මෙන්න කුරේෆොරි රංගලු කන්තත්තකෙන් එබුහරි රාජ්‍යයේග වේතවේදිය මාසීග හාසකෝ තවලීම ඉන්වෙස්ට් කරුන් රාජ්‍යයේග ඒ වරම් මුහිම්ම බින්ගලේ අවුන්මෙන් මියදු එයාලගේ හැම එකීග සෙකත ඉන්වෙස්ට් ෆොරි කරුන් අවුන්මෙන්න ඒ දිවෙහින්ගේ උමුරු අඩිහන් මච්චා මිහාරේ දානි ආමුගොතේ ගාඩි හිසාබත් දාන කමල් ලෆාමි කරවෙනි ආමුදි වෙස්සෙක්ගේ එහෙමිම එහෙන් ගොම්ත කාලා බලාරු ගහම වර බොඩු කුරියරුමේ එහෙන් නමස් මිය දරුමින් විස්නම් වෙෆ මියති දෙමෙහෙට්ටෙනි වි තරග්ගියක අල්මන ලිෆෙන් එම්මෙ බොඩු වසීලතකි ගොදුරති නියමෙත්තන් අල්මන ලිෆෙබේ හැම යකීග අල්මන pension fund kahala bodu funde avulmenna gawumuge nisbatun bodu ecche rakka kurei febe denge suwalaki mi funda avulmenna lifa me bodu abadi heo gotoga avulmen siyasat takek tereng siyasat takek badevigen natija nerene kurimagu avulmen hodane kihinetto medu gemme muhimma suwalaki avulmen hitan ei මිතා මිතිබ්බේ ගින බේෆුන්නකි මේ සියාසත රේවමුග බෑරිවා ශාමිල්වා ගින බේෆුළු මුස්තක්බල් අවුල්මෙන් බට්ටන් කුරානි කිහිනෙත්තෝ සියාසත්තකු තෙරෙන් අවුල්මෙන් ගින අවුල්මෙන් මිතා මිතිබ්බේ ගින බේෆුළු මුස්කුළු වෑරුග අවුල්මෙන් තිබේනි කොම් හිසාබේකතෝ එයි අවුල්මෙන් මියදු මිකොරන් ජේසුවාලකි.
Thank you. Thank you all the panelists. Before I go into the curated segment, I would like to point out that throughout the session, you'll be able to ask questions using the QR code available in the table. And the questions that you send to the moderators, the admin team will be curated and will be displayed on the screen for the panelists to answer during the Q&A session after the curated session. So I'll start with the questions first, and my first question goes to Ms. Shadia Ibrahim regarding the demographic trends we have seen. The current population profile seems to be skewed towards a working age population with an estimated 73% of the Maldivian population forecasted to be in the working age group by 2024. In your opinion, what would be the impact of having such a large percentage of population in the work age group on the broader economy? And also, what measures do you think could be taken to maximize the benefit of this demographic dividend?
Yeah, thank you. A very good question. And I think some of the statistics have been mentioned and shown by the previous speakers today. You're right, Maldives has a large working population in the registers. Yeah, when compared to the young and old dependents. And having a demographic dividend, meaning the working population exceeding the dependent population, means that's the labor force ideally we can use to work, get the economy working, and also caring and doing all the productive work. Ideally, that's the case. And in many countries, like for example China, they did have a huge labor force, and you saw the kind of acceleration they had when they had a labor force and a demographic dividend with its people. So that's where the labor comes when you have a working age population. And one thing I would like to note here is, however, we've had some figures around the total resident population, the Maldivian population, and the foreign population as well. But now I'm going to highlight the actual labor force of the Maldivian population is only 65%. meaning the rest of the 35% will count into the dependents, yeah, because they are the ones who utilize the funds and also the services, the schemes that are available for every Maldivian, yeah. And then the largest sector of the tourism only employs around 38% of Maldivian population, and the larger bulk is employed by the foreign population. So there is already some issues start to see with these numbers, yeah. And when you really disaggregate by sex, only less than 3% of women, Maldivian women, are engaged in the tourism sector. And when you can make the best use of the demographic dividend when everybody contributes to the economy. I'm not saying those who are able, at least, can contribute to the economy. So if we don't take the advantage of the demographic dividend through having the right skills or the right health and the right investments, then we are losing the opportunity of having a demographic dividend. And in the case of Maldives, when we have already entered this demographic dividend almost a decade ago, actually we are coming to an end of the demographic dividend. And we see only 65% in the labor force. I think that is where the problem is. It's not about aging, it's not about low fertility, it's about how are we maximizing the potential of our people to contribute to the schemes that we all enjoy, regardless we contribute or not to the economy. Yeah, so that's the thing. So those are pros and cons, actually, I have highlighted. And one thing, the projection's very clear. By 2030, the Maldivian population 65 plus will go up 2%. So in percentage points, again, it's skewed, but when you really look into the denominators, you know that even though it's only 2% up, the absolute numbers is going to add up a little bit more. And currently, 65 plus population, 85% of them are not in the labor force or are not contributing to the economy. So you can see the nuances, the things that from actual population numbers that we need to keep in mind if we are to make use of this dividend. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the next question sort of follows from what Ms. Shadia has highlighted. Next question is to Mariam Wissam regarding the transition to the aging economy and what are the expected changes to socio-economic indicators such as the workforce and dependency ratio due to change in population, more on the implication of the economy and the labor market.
Thank you. I think it's important to understand that this has been something that we were aware, but now that we are here, I think it's a matter of aligning our policies in such a way that we manage to reap the benefits for our economy in a more proactive manner. And I think looking at the presentation and the statistics that has been shared so far, undoubtedly the Maldives population is showing the signs of aging. And as a result, there are several socio-economic implications. And I will list out some of these implications. I'm sure that a lot of you will be also aware of this. One is, of course, as the population ages, there will be a growing demand for healthcare services and demand for social security benefits too. This could again put a strain on the government given the current state of the healthcare system. And if all of you still recall the presentation slides shared by the CEO, Ms. Sujata, she did mention that we are just looking at one pillar of the social security system at this point in time, which is the pension system, whereas there are several other pillars that needs to be further developed in a more sustainable manner going forward. And I think the second point that I wanted to highlight was increased healthcare expenditure that would be a result of the aging population. All of you will agree that the elderly will tend to have higher healthcare costs, and this is likely to put a strain again on the healthcare system, which would eventually translate to a per capita healthcare expenditure, which will continue to grow. And the third issue that we will face would be, again, further strain on the social security system as the number of retirees grows and the number of workers supporting the retirees shrinks. So I think these are important points for us to start thinking about. Looking at the current labor shortages or the labor shortages that we will be eventually looking at, I think the highest impact would be in the public sector, because most of the a larger population of the working age is employed in the public sector. So I believe that this is again an area where we need to start thinking whether should we be looking at other policies. And as a ripple effect of all of these points that I have highlighted so far, I believe that it's important for us to start thinking of how we could remedy this. And one of those things that we should be mindful is of the potential for demographic dividend, but that's only if we are able to ensure that the demographic dividend is captured by deploying further investments on the part of the government in education and training programs, ensuring that the workforce has the skills needed to compete in the global economy. And if I am to ask myself and also put out a question to the audience, so what should we necessarily do now and in the coming years? I think it's important to look at increasing investment in healthcare, relooking at the social protection system, raising the retirement age, if at all this is an option, and if at all it would further relieve the burden on the government's budget. And furthermore, I think it's also important to think of encouraging immigration and creating an ecosystem where immigrants can live and work in the Maldives. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I ask the next question, I would again like to point out that please feel free to ask any question using the QR code available on the table. Thank you, Mariam Isam, for the insights on that question. When we talk about the demographic trends, we have to always talk about the life cycle approach as well. And my next question is on that and directed to Ms. Aishat Hassan. Based on economic life cycle pattern, what are the different components of consumption by age, both in terms of private consumption and public consumption? How are these expected to change with an aging population?
In the life cycle model, we have consumption aggregated in two different categories. One is based on the intermediary who is spending. So in that case, it is going to be whether it's public or private. By public, we mean the government. By private, it could be by the households, or it could be from the non-profit institutions or the corporations. So it is further divided by the type of expenditure. So in the life cycle model, we are focusing on the human capital aspect. So in that case, we are dividing that by sector, whether it's education or health, and then all the other expenditures are aggregated into others. So in this case, we have 6 categories. One is public education, private education, public health care, and also private health care, public other, and private other. So there are 6 types. So when we if most of the population or with the population aging, we would expect to see the private expenditure to decline because the spending on capital goods or spending on education, these things are going to decline. Well, from the 2019 national transfer account that we did, we have seen with the age, it is the expenditure on health by the public sector that is increasing because of the pension schemes and also the health. So with this, I would say that it is mostly the burden would come to the public sector. But then even if we reform it now, and we need to concentrate on the technology as well. How could we use the technology in order to mitigate the risks of the burden on the public sector? Whether we could use, we have seen in the models like, let's say we would see in Maldives is depending so much on the hospitality industry. This industry is mostly like we depend on the human resources. But is there technology that we could introduce, like robots for cleaning and things like that? So these kind of things also we could use. And also whether can we have to depend so much on the health care and also on the care for the elderly, whether we can use technology to reduce these kind of public expenditure. Whether is there any way we could cap the expenditure. So these are the things that we have to take decisions.
Okay. I hope we would be able to take decisions on the points noted out. We will move on to the implication of these demographic changes on the policy aspect, on public policy as well as the fiscal policies. And my question, Dr. Inas, would be, what do you think would be the impact of changes in demographics on public finances, especially in terms of social welfare spending?
Thank you. I think it's a very relevant question. Three particular areas I foresee that things could become increasingly difficult if we don't make urgent adjustments to the policies. One is that increasing in demand for age-related programs, particularly the long-term health, long-term care in the future, or health sector expenditure could really go up. But again, all of this depends on today's policies, current policies that are not just related only on our everyday decisions, but also how we empower families. I've recently said this in a similar kind of forum. Mita mitibbevi siyasatta kandaluwa gawmuge kantata nimmawa befulun. Ti befulunge masekkatuga dairaga masekke koravvaruga tibefunge office ರೇಗಡು ಅಶಿಜ್ಜಹಾರು ನೂನಿ ನುಯಜ್ಜಹಾರು ನೂನಿ ಹತಿಜ್ಜಹಾರು ಬಂದುಕುರಾ ಕಮವ್ವನ್ಯಾಮು ಆಯಿಲಾ ಎರುಳೆನಿ ಆನೆ ದುಳಹೆಯೋ ಮೀಹಕು ಕಸರೆಕ್ ಕೊಲ್ಲಾನ ವಗುತೆನ್ ನುಲಿಬೇನೆ ನುಲಿಬೇ ಕಮವ್ವನ್ಯಾ ಮಾದಮ ದೌಲತ್ಗೆ ಬಜೆಟುಂ ಹರದುಕುರಂ ಜೆಹೆ ವಾರು ಬೊಡುವಾನ ಮುಸ್ಕುಳಿ ಕಿತಮ್ಮೆ ವರಕ ರಂಗಳು ಸಿಖತ್ ನಿಜಾಮೆ ದೌಲತುಂ ಗಾಯಂ ಕೊದ್ದಿ ಫೋತಸ್ ಎ ದೆಮೆಹೆಟ್ಟಿನಿ ನಿಜಾಮಕ ಹೈಗತುಗ ಬದಲ್ವೆಗೆನ್ನುದಾನ ಎಹಿಮ ಅವಳೊಮ್ಮೆ ವಿಸ್ನಂಜೆಹೆ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಮೇದುಗೆ ಓಪನಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಪೀಚ್ಗೆ ಫಾಹಕ್ ಕೊರೆವಿ ನುಕುತಾ ದುಳಹೆಯೋ ಅಬುರುವೆರಿ ಬಾರುವೆರಿ ಆಯ್ಲಾಹೆ ಬಿನಾ ಕೊರುಮಕಿ ಹೈಗತುಗ ಅವಳೊಮ್ಮೆ ಏಜಿಂಗ್ ಪಾಪ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ ಕ ಹಮಿಯ ದಾಯರುಗ ಅವಳೊಮ್ಮೆನ್ನ ಮಿಯದು ದೌಲತಂ ಪುರ ಕುಡಕೊಫ್ಫ ದೌಲತುಂ ಅವಳೊಮ್ಮೆಂಗೆ ಸಿಇಒ ಸುಜಾತ ಫಾಹಕ್ ಕೊರೆವಿ ಎ ಟ್ರೈನ್ಗ ಅವಳೊಮ್ಮೆ एक आराम कंपार्टमेंट एक आउल में एम्मिंग एक ही गा हम जी के गोना उसूले के तेरें देवेने गोई फाही कुरेवेन हम यहाँ की गा I would also want to highlight the other point. I'm going on both languages. The other point that I would also like to highlight is that there is a potential for intergenerational inequality. This is something really seriously worrying, particularly on the government side, because in the future we would have fewer people who would be consuming who will be paying tax. That means less tax income for the government. Unless we are able to reverse this scenario in some sense. So we need to look at how we need to lessen the burden on the future generation. I'm really worried. Arunge darifulu emme kujja mihonnani. Arunge gega first bentive komme mihaku emme kujja. Ekaku dekudin enimuni komme kujjaka oi bura madama demafirin arunmen demihun balahattan emme kujjakon oi bura ei warabodu bore dawlatan ඒන ඒ බුර නගනි දවලත දක්කා ෆෑසා ඒ දවලතන් ඒ ෆෑසා නොලිබේ කමඤ්ඤා මි නිසාම් අවුල් මෙන්න කරේ නුබෙලෙහෙටන් හමයා කීග අවුල් මෙ ෆහකොල්ලන් ජෙහෙ මේ ෆහුන කුතායක tax base කුඩවාන හම් කුරෙන් ඔයතනක so that is a very big worry that we need to rethink about how we are looking at it from the behavioral side, from the social policies to the government tax, to the employment. All of these we need to revisit and think about in a holistic way to make policies that could actually end up having good families.
Okay. Following on that, in case of pension provision, what do you think are the sustainable measures that we could take?
I think what is most important is that we need to think about, and I think we are having that discussion that parallelly there's a growing demand to take the pension money to use for X and Y and Z uses. We need to promote alternative saving platforms, saving means to do that. Second, we also need, I think this is obvious, we need to put the macroeconomic picture of health into good order, because what we are investing today is going to, what we're giving the pensioner when they retire is going to be less of value if we don't put the economy in a proper order. Third, I think, is, and we are also currently looking at other private sector investments, pension directing towards that. The engine of growth, which I think Registrar Wissam also highlighted, I think we need to look at growing the private sector and private sector becoming the engine of growth rather than the government expanding, creating employment. Because the more private sector can create jobs and sustain that model, the more we could actually increase the pension fund as well. And so I think that's something that we need to look at.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Inas. Taking from there, my next question is to Ms. Shadia on the social and economic institutional requirements to cater to the needs of an aging population in order to ensure that they receive adequate social protection, given that this is a vulnerable group. And I would like to have Ms. Aishat Hassan's perspective as well on these questions after Shadia.
Okay. Thank you once again. Do you hear me? Okay, now, yeah. Okay, we've been talking about a lot of successes and achievements in terms of quality and longevity of the people, yeah, and I would like to highlight here, this is the warning caution about the impressive achievements that we enjoy today comes at a cost. It is very costly to achieve where we are today. Just one example, the health, the total GDP expenditure, Asanda accounts for about 12%. That's very expensive. Yeah, to remain healthy and to, how do you say, umuru digu kura heda is huge. Yeah, and the other exercise that we did together with Maldives Bureau of Statistics, which is called the National Transfer Account. Full reports are available online on both our websites, which indicates, and the crunching was done from 2019 figures because that was when we had the figures available. The onset of non-communicable diseases is declining. And the figures that was striking to me is like, say for example, an average per capita 40-year-old from Asanda, the government spends, or the total expenditure on health alone is, say, 17,000 rupiah per year. And in the next decade, say 50 years, the double that amount, the next decade, double of the 50-year amount, and it exponentially increases. I can tell you, even without any number crunching, this figure will be way higher from the current scheme of Asanda, because 2019 was, we didn't have the Husnua Asanda and that dot. And again, crunching these numbers to one human being from 40 years to 80 years, believe me, that's half a person's life, because 80 years is the life expectancy around. So that means very crudely, the expenditure for this one person is 3 million for that person. So this is huge. And that is why I would like to focus, there is no wealth without health. So we really have to bring back our population's health and well-being at the center of all policy making, even in the economics setup. And I'm also heading an office, UN office. I'm sure a lot of people who are working, are employers, would realize the numbers of people who are on sick leave. Yeah, so some people say, we do discuss to say, if you require, say, 10 people to be employed, the rate at which people undertake work, you require double the number of employees to pay the salary. So it's also an economic cost if you don't address the health of people. And in terms of, you also wanted some policies here to address change. So a lot of others are coming from financial side, and I don't have a clue about the finance, but I'm from the social side and the health side, and some of the recommendations I have is also on that side. One thing is, we say, you know, as we are going through the financial crisis, there's a lot of subsidies given to food and to the wrong type of foods. And the availability and affordability of whole food is absent throughout the country. If you can get one thing today, you might not get the same thing tomorrow. So that's the kind of food security that we have currently. So that's one of the most important thing, is to make available and affordable whole foods that actually heal us in the next coming years. Yeah, and then to see there are much more one-person-owned households, single-room households, and also single parents taking care of the family, and that is a huge burden, care burden, as well as, like, how do you say? Okay, it might be easier and cheaper when you live alone, but when you really come to think about the life when you are older, you need human connection, care, and, you know, so that setup is being dissolved here. So we really have to bring that back. I don't know how some countries are doing, like, how do you say, back-to-back homes, where parents and the kids or the caretakers live closer together. And another big thing, I know people is going to kill me, we have to reform the restaurants, the food available. We do a lot of food wasting, and you hardly see any healthy options in any of the restaurants. All the food outlets, the corners that you see, hollow calories being sold to make people ill. And that's the cheaper type of food that is available. Yeah. And the last for today, but I have more, is the influence in the spatial planning. In the spatial planning, we really have to integrate nature, because we are part of the nature, yeah. human beings don't stand alone. We have to also have climate-friendly, nature-friendly, and also housing that enables communities to harness their own food and to play. Because a lot of these things, even though it appears that come as free for people, is a huge cost saving and a huge empowerment for people, especially people in the lower end of the train, to really have a better life. So when we do the spatial plan in the housing and also community spaces, these things might appear very social, but it really adds up onto saving economically and ensuring health and well-being and also prosperity of our population. And if our population is not healthy, then there's no point in earning, right? So we really have to bring a balance to the economic sector as well as the health and well-being and prosperity of the people. And one observation from the trains that Sujata showed earlier, you saw that the comfortable trains had white people, yeah? And most probably coming from Scandinavian countries, where I'm sure their social policies and also the tax systems have been better compared to, and the other trains probably from India or Indonesia, where there is a lot of inequality in those countries. So I thought I'll just mention it here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think that's a lot of insights. And I'm glad we have most of the policymakers who would initiate this reform. So a bright future depends on the policies we make today. So I hope this is where we begin. So I would, on the same question, I would like to have Ms. Aisha's perspective if you have anything to add more to it.
I would like to add that in addition to what Ms. Shadia has said, that let's say we are talking about aging population. If there are people, if we plan properly, if people are going to be healthy, is there any chance that they could work if they want to work, if they are healthy? Instead of, considering them at 65, you are retired, instead of, can we, retirement age, can it be adjusted? And for those who want to still work, those who are above 65, can they have flexible working hours? These are the things that would also contribute, because based on their experience, it is very important that the youth take them as, count them as their counterparts rather than, keeping them at home. So this would also increase the productivity of our economy. And one more thing that when we talk about the reforms of the pension scheme, we could think of, is 5,000 sufficient for us? Will it be sufficient in the future? So is it inflation adjusted? So this is also something that we need to think about when we think of the reforms. Thank you.
Okay. Yes.
I think the policies that I think Aisha has talked about, when we make these policies, sometimes these are well-intended policies, but when we make these policies, we need to reflect back and see where this goes and touch on the long-term effect of it. Let's say, for example, free higher education. What does that mean to someone aging? Where does this lead to the overall economy? And I saw one of the pledges of the current government is creating a creative economy, which is really commendable, really something that takes out of the box thinking from the tourism dependency. But where does this goes back, and this policy, creative economy policy, where is that linked to the, whether we have the civil service commission here or the private sector, where does that leads to the current work practices, the kind of work design? So we need to think about all of these policies at a long-term policy level and be able to deliberate on them, discuss them, rather than just piece by piece, one disconnected policies. So I think that is something very, very important when we are creating employment, we are talking about healthcare, when we are talking about education, when we're talking about decentralization, housing, all of these has to go and touch on that broad long-term vision that we're trying to create, that then protects the environment, that then protects elderly, disabled, special needs, and all of those kind of.
Thank you. I guess the answer is having a holistic approach to solve the issues. I will move away to social protection. Usually it's said that social protection is not an expenditure, it's an investment.
Yeah.
But while we'll say that social policy spending plays a crucial role in promoting economic stability, social equity, and public well-being, it must be carefully managed to avoid adverse impacts on public finance and fiscal sustainability that we have seen through the morning sessions today, from CEO's presentation to the remarks from our chief guest. Defined contribution systems such as the MRPS aims to minimize these unfunded liabilities as benefits are directly tied to contribution and investment performance. So in this regard, my first question is to Mariam Wissam, as she has been also the board member of Pension Office previously and has worked in the pension area. With a decreased working population, contribution to MRPS may become lower in the future. So in your opinion, what do you think would be the implication of this on MRPS? And do you think this would have an impact on the investment strategy of MRPS?
Thank you. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I think you can. Yeah, I think it's obvious that with a decreasing number of people in the working population would result in lower contributions, which eventually means that the Pension Administration Office has to re-strategize in terms of how its investment portfolios as well as the strategic investment allocations will be allocated in the future. But I think before I go there, there are several other measures that the government as a whole can consider. One of those is, I believe that some of you would agree, at the very beginning of the defined contribution system, or with that decision of the DC system, we had this question whether should we be including expatriates, and if so, how should we necessarily go about doing that. I think this is the time for us to again take a step back and think about the entire system. Should we be expanding or creating a system which is more inclusive for all the workers, who are contributing economically? And to this effect, I think to this end, if we are to look at including expatriate, I think a lot of, like for example, Hong Kong, Singapore, there are several other countries who has very successfully done this, and I think there will be a lot of lessons to learn from them in terms of re-strategizing our system. And in terms of the investments, I think domestic investments and the risk profile and the risk appetite of the institution also has to be very well calculated, I would say, because sitting at the board of the Capital Market Development Authority, it's difficult for me to say that it's time for you to go and invest in several high-risk investments, and move away from the the low-risk ones. But I think looking at the age groups as well as the contributions that are to come in depending on the enrollment rate, these are aspects that can be considered by the pension office. And I think an interesting point that was highlighted during the initial presentation of Ms. Aisha, I think that it's also important for us to start thinking that expatriate workforce has to be part of the domestic economy going forward. It's not necessarily a bad thing, but what's more important is to bring the gaps between how we treat them. So I think equitable treatment, even in the arena of social protection, is something that we should be considering in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I'll have the last question of the curated segment, which I would ask Dr. Inas to answer this question. This is also again about the defined contributory system. How does the structure of defined contribution scheme such as the MRPS help in ensuring a more sustainable approach to pension provision?
I think we have been quite successful, and I think the model that we are running is very successful in the sense it allows us to. Let me put it like this way. Just imagine that in 2009 that the MRPS was not set up, it was not there. Where would we be? I couldn't imagine. I mean, despite the tax revenue that was generated, we were not able to curtail, or we were not able to control the expenditure side of the government. So I think the contribution or the strength of the economy, we're playing a very important role currently. But to me, let me deflect the topic, but to me, today the central role is whether we are able to amplify MRPS in a strategic way where we could, as I said before, enhancing the role of the private sector, expanding it. The second element is, I think, whether we are able to, when we are funding or when we are issuing bonds we're buying bonds from the government, whether we are investing strategically on development-related, policy-related bonds that actually is going to make impact on the economy, not just simply funding the recurrent expenditure. And so I think that those are the kind of things that we need to strengthen now going forward. And I honestly see a bright future. I think forums like this actually would allow us to talk and come up with solutions. And I think I applaud the efforts of Pension Office. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think I have also asked lots of questions, and it's time for some of the questions from the audience. And we have few questions that has been sent through us, and I will take few questions from the screen, and then perhaps if there are people who would like to ask the questions in person, maybe we can have that as well. First, we have a question to Dr. Ahmad Inas, and the question is, how would you advise the policy makers in addressing the upcoming trend in the population pyramid for a long-term solution?
I think focus on productivity. But when you're focusing on productivity, don't forget, I'll be probably repeating, Kuring al Buniwahakai, Ufedun Terikang Itur Kurang Alme Maseke Kuram Mijeheni, Ufedun Terikang Itur Kurunga Marneki Ama Wakiwaki Komme Miedu Gender Minister and me Fahakurevi a point Haigatuga Ekamanage Ministry Mihar Kurabakame Game Wakiwaki Bana Hal Bell, that a program for Komme Gave Sunam Vane Maseka Tumur Frage Ama Imming Masekata Nerevene Nereving Beje, Masekata Nereging when it's so down in a college. Mihunge Dulahayo Kama Gudrati Kantataka Samal Kandinma Ekiga, we need to focus on productivity. Mihunge Maseketeri Kamang Ebaje Almeng Along every focus Kurang. And then to do that, we need to focus on health, and we need to focus on education. Education, we have to be very specific, upskilling people, particularly those who are moving towards the retirement age. This is my personal opinion, not the pension office, but I don't think that we need to just shut the 65 is the retirement age. We can push, and as long as the person is willing and able to work, we should be able to. And first vima tasla muskulu vima hisabun haigatuge enage muli umuruge kori masekkata ena hisabun sihi gotum ves gelle then by befulun by gaumtahuga 65 egota kandala fonnani sawbaki zuwanu na fursat deemege haigatuga divarajyege ega reverse scenario mati divarajyege masekkatu ham komme mihaki me fanse saharuge bavi saharuge kujje depression diya kamge e kujja kis almenge iksoda mohima kujje 65 70 haddiha haruge mihen almen dulheyakon emiha masekketeri kama almenna wazifa almenna gaum bina genkleve kama vanya emiha kibe almenna muhima ehma almen gaumuge taraggiya ama emmen beswara muhim almen jeheni siyasat ekulawala aruga mi emmen genevena gotaka.
Okay, I think I will take the second question from the group of students who have asked this. I would like to note that we have students, I think about 6 or 8 students representing schools. So they have a question. I think 4 of them have asked this together. One of the biggest challenges that our economy faces today is the increase in number of young, qualified and well-educated individuals who leave the country for better job opportunities abroad. What are some plans or policies we can use to tackle this issue, as young people are essential to sustain and further develop our economy? I open the question to any of the panelists to answer this question.
Ham games ufayr kama akon dennevene pension of you gami bagutu sujata alunda nangalko devati London ga me bagutu almenge hama zuang staff full time staff kutuga maseke kuramunde formula ga maseke kuramunde tanaki ofihaki almenna ei beriyennu emiha huri kontaneggato almenna muhimmenno zuang edu mitkunna kudinna muhimmi iskal asattaka tereng masekkatan hamekeni muhimmi emiha kaadu jomen ukunna kaadu jomen mantaku egotan awulna hedijji awulna hiwani adi emihunna shawgerikan unnane training na education na ekiga emihun barweri korevijja awulna hiwani rajyam beran emihun diun awulmenna hotten musare ki ham awulmenna competitive ane avatteri gaum taka Southeast Asia ga ham ane competitive musare awulmenna deve eve funge tax fuderka bodu haigatuga take home haigatuga kudawane awulmen rajya bure aninge bisnada afia ehem bima awulmenna competitive bevenas.
Okay. Yes, please.
I'm not in a policy making position right now, or never actually. I've been in the UN, so yeah. But brain drain is one of the conditions or issues that we would face in low fertility and aging context as well, because a lot of our higher education and also job opportunities, the limited array of things to do, and I think that's also mindset related, or it could be policy around the access to finance and scholarships and things like that, that is pushing or pulling people out of the country. I can speak from my own experience. I also have a child who is planning to go abroad because he has taken a loan to study medicine. And he's also married to a doctor who has another loan. So by the time they are in the mid-20s, they have about 2-3 million debt. And then for him to study or specialize, the kinds of option is again take another loan. So I don't think it's a very forthcoming sort of option prospect, say for example for medical students or medical doctors, to accumulate debt. So this is again another thing I see among young people who try to get away from debt and also find better opportunities elsewhere. So this is in higher education and training, something that we really have to look from a very long-term policy, long-term lens. Training a doctor from kindergarten, grade school, 10, 12, takes 12 years. And then in medical school, basic, another 6 years. Getting them specialized, another 4, 5 years. So it's like the entire life, I mean, the productive life, you are in training. So you have to really have the conducive environment for them to stay, to serve. So again, it's making the environment attractive. And I also count a lot of statistics, especially from the tourism sector. There are many people, nieces, nephews I know, who have done hotel and tourism and done even masters, but they're not willing to work in the industry. So again, there's also a shift and transition needed from the industries to make it attractive to the upcoming generations who have different sort of skills and expectations of balancing work and life. So there's not an easy solution, but there is a mix match of accessibility of studying, and then again, you know, in the context of aging, I know I'm working in the UN right now, but I will not want to work in the UN. Very soon I would want to get out. But lifelong education and changing career paths are things that we really have to, make available for people to change from one job to the other and so on. So this sort of flexibility and exercise in choice is something that we can, facilitate in the future if we are to keep the brain from draining elsewhere.
Okay, just any other panelists have something to add? If not, I would move to the other question. Given that achieving sustainability requires close collaboration across different domains and industries, what can be done to enable the creation of a master plan? What are some successful projects from other countries? I open this for any panelists who would like to contribute this to
Creation of a master plan.
Yeah.
Master plan. Is this the national development or specific to any one sector? I don't know.
Maybe this question can be elaborated by...
Yeah, not having a national vision or national development plan is an impediment for having a steady pathway to human capital development or even economic development or social development. Yeah, so it's very important to have a national vision, which national master plan, which doesn't change with every government change, because building the country requires long-term vision. Right now, we should be thinking, say, I'm from the X generation in that language, yeah, and I would be in my older category in 2030, for example, in that age group. So we really have to, for me to have an, a smooth transition to the next stage of life, I would have to have policies even up to 2050 because I intend to live long. So you cannot only plan for the next 5 years or the next 3 years. We have to have a plan with a long-term vision up to 2050 if we are to have clear paths, for people to have longevity or even aging and all that. So it's very important to have a national vision. I know we might not be able to find out what exactly we do in 2050. At least the pathway, the vision, the principles, and at that level we need to have a master plan.
Thank you. We have an interesting question on retirement homes. As aged population increases, is there any policy debate on age-friendly housing options that support independent living or retirement homes? On the other hand, can retirement homes be beneficial based on other countries' experience? Dr. Ines, perhaps maybe you can shed light on this.
Let's do a. My thinking could be quite different. Forgive my blunt honestness in this regard. Mivagutu anengin ene ge ganna kama vanya apartment en hadan loan en naga kama vanya mon interest rate mevlani noye nuni 10% ka. Detta noye 10% ka gagad ka nasib rangaliya keta. Then nasib midenne amuko me arun me balalirugo me beli adi then adi 12 වෙජ adi eta දෙකොට්ටියක තනෙන් නගයාගෙන් අවුල්ම මිකයා එක රාජ්‍යම් බේර තාම් ගස්තු කොරා ශාදියාගේ දෙකුදින් එත අනේ එමිහුන්ගේ උලෙන් වෙගෙන් දෙකොට්ටි තනේ මම මේ එක්ක උලේක බස් බේන් මෙන්නෝ එකම් දෙකොට්ටි තිමන්න මෙන් දෙමිහුන් බේනුමේ නගයාගෙන් ලෝන දක්කන් එමිහුන් ජෙහෙ ගෑගඩක මහකු මදුවකින් 50000 නුනි 32000 වර නාසිය රංගලක් දැත්තම් මිකියෝනේ අනේ නාසිය කම් ගස් අදි කොම්මෙ බේෆ්ලෙක් කම් ගස් ලිබේ ආම්දනිය බලාෆ හයිගතුග ඒ අවුල්මෙන්න කරේ පරෙන්නෝචි හයිගතුග රිටයර්මන්ට් හෝම් අරුන් ගබුලෙන් නොකරන් අනෙන් අවුල්මෙන් මිහාරු මේ බයි වෙස්ටර්න් ගෝම්තහුග හුරි උමුරුන් දොෂි වීම එන ආයිලා දුරුග වකින් ගෙන්ගේ මොඩල් අරුන්ගේ ගබල් අද අවුල්මෙන්ගේ සගාපතා අවුල්මෙන්ගේ කන්තතකයස් වර බීරට්ටි විශ්නුමේ ෆහරිගේ ඒ සෙග්මන්ට් ඔයදානේ රාජ්‍යයක කොම්මිස්වරක කොම්මිස ආයිලාත බේනුම් වේදානේ එකම අවුල්මෙන් දුලහෙයෝ ආයිලාතකේ බිනා කරවේනි කාෆ මාම කෑරිග නමස් අදි එක්ස්ටෙන්ඩඩ් ෆැමිලියස් එක්කොන් උලවෙන ගොත්තකේ එහෙම හවුසින් පොලිසි හදාරුගේ ඒගේ ෆයිනෑන්ස් මොඩල් කමුග බෙලි කමුග වියස් අදි ඒගේ දෙන් හොරි සෙග්මන්ට් ත බෙලි කමුග වියස් ජෙහෙ අවුල්මෙන් රිවිසිට් කොල්ලන් ඒ ශාදියාගේ දෙකුදින් නුනි අවුල් මිහාර් ග්‍රේඩ් ආශේ ගෙවලනි ඒන තිමන්න මම වෙන බම්මේ අපේක් මුලේකම් බේනු මේ නෝනේ තිමන්න කින්නේ උලෙන් බේනු තිමන්න කියවම් බේනු මේ තිමන්න ඈස එම්බරි ඈස තිමන්න මසෙක්කේ කොරාරුග එක්කල කියවන්නේගි ලෝන් අදා කරමුන් හවුසින් ලෝන් අදා කරමුන් එකමක රංගලු 12 ආයිලෑන් උලේ ඉරුග තිමන්න බේනුම් වනි ෆස්කු දින්නේ හොදන් මම අපේ එම්මේ කුජ්ජකේ තිමන්න කනි බොඩු වීම තිමන්නේ ඒගේ අසරු ෆැනුනේ ෆස්කු දින්නේ හොදන් නෝනි තින්කු දින්නේ දවලතුගේ සියාසත්තකුගේ සබබුන් හයගතුගේ ඒ ඩිසිෂන් අරුන්ගේ දරිෆුල් ශාදියාගේ දරිෆුල් බේරද්දාන් අරුන්ගේ දරිෆුල් එක් තින්කුදින්තෝ එක්කුතෝ හෝදානි ඒන ෆස්ටොල්ස් පහෙන් නුවනීස් බොඩු බයියකුන් මරවානීතෝ ડિප්‍රෙෂන් අද්දානීතෝ සබබ්තන් හයගතු කන්ත අන්නනි සියාසත්ත රේයිෆ හුන්න ගොතුන් හයගතු සියාසත්තකු තෙරෙන් ලාෆ නතිජා නොකුටි එහෙම රිටයර්මන්ට් හෝම් ಗ ವಾಹಕ ದಕ್ಕಾರುಗ ಹೈಗತುಗ ಅವಳ್ಮಿಂಗ್ ವಿಸ್ನಾಲಂಗೆ ಬೆಜೆ ಮಿ ಅನ್ನನಿ ಮಿ ಫೈನಾನ್ಷಿಯಲ್ ಮಾಡೆಲ್ ಲಾ ಮಿ ದೆನ್ನೆವಿ ಎಕ್ಕಲ ಹೌಸಿಂಗ್ ಆಸ್ ಅ ಸೋಷಲ್ ಮೀಹಾ ಯಾ ದೇತರೆ ಗವರ್ನ ವಿಸ್ನಾ ಲ್ಯಾಗಿಂಗ್ ಹೈಗತುಗ ಮಾಡೆಲ್ ಅವಳ್ಮ ವಿಸ್ನಾ ಮೆಜೆ ಹೆನೆ ಏ ಅವಳ್ ದೆನ್ ಶಾದಿಯ ಏತರೆಂಗ್ ಹಿಮೆನುವಿ ಗಹ ನೇಚರ್ ಮೂದು ದತ್ತ ಮಿ ಅವಳ್ಮೆನ ಲಿಬೆಂಗ್ ಹಿಮೆ ಅಗಬೋಡು ವಸೀಲೆ ඒ චිතන් අවුල්මෙන් ඒක තරිය ලෙවිජ්ජා අවුල්න හීවනි මෙබ්බර රංගුල් නතිජා නොකොන්නානේ අදි ටැක්ස් පේයර් දක්කන් ජෙහෙ මුස්තක්බල්ග දක්කන් ජෙහෙ ෆෑසා වෙස් කුඩවානා ඉගතුක
can I add I don't know komiswaraka me housing fenifahuri me old age housing hadan because I've been on a couple of study tours me misalka Iran and also South Korea Japan ehama Japan is the oldest country, South Korea is the fastest aging country, And then Iran is also an aging country. Iran has so many other political constraints as well with sanctions and so people will have to rely on their own population. They don't have migrants and all that, yeah. And then in Iran, in the 80s, a lot of their younger people fled the country, yeah, leaving their parents behind. So they have a lot of older people not because their children are not alive, but they're not there. So their country had to do a lot of old age homes, but experience shows if you just have an old age home for only old age people, then the social cohesion and the issue about loneliness, humanness, that is compromised. So in Iran, what they do is they have intergenerational housing schemes and also buildings where older people will also be in that same complex, but there is a balance, an active balance. These are policy decisions actually. Active balance of professionals who are also in the same building and also young people who are in the same building as well. So that, they don't feel like, okay, segmented society where, they are the other, right? A dependent burden population. So I think in the spatial planning and also housing schemes, we have to be very mindful because you cannot just shove away your mother and say, okay, now you are in the old age home, I will live the life that you want. And it's not Asian culture, and I don't think it's Maldivian culture either. So that's not the kind of policies that you would want to create for other people if you yourself don't want that to happen to you or your parents. Yeah. So, and I think this is something that was exercised in the West, and even in the West, in UK, for example, they now have a cabinet portfolio of Ministry of Loneliness because this social cohesion and loneliness is a costly thing in their health and also government expenditures. So we have to be, if we haven't had these sort of old age homes, we shouldn't be prioritizing that, but focusing on integrating the intergenerations in the housing schema of things. So I think that is more Maldivian to do, that is more Asian to do, that is more Islamic to do, I must say, to take care of your own people, like, look after yourself without having a very expensive structure that adds on to the social protection scheme if we are to live a healthy, prosperous life.
Yes. I would also like to add that retirement homes, elderly care services, I think Rajya මේ විස්නාලාරු කස්තු රාජ්‍යක සකාෆතස් කොමස්වර කරනු බද්දල concept එක කරන එක. තවර ගිනෆහරු මේ one of the challenges that we have had faced from time to time, I think even in the housing sector, most of you would agree with me. Gina taragge funa gawmutahuga me gengule fahunna siyasatan e hurigota genessa divehi rajyeke implement kuram aseke kuri magina faharu e sustainable kama karnuwe ingeto e malda hivani aslo me den kurige suwalan awlen echchen udernodu kamuga vias aslo රාජ්‍යයක කියවා විදාලයකින් වඩා ගින බේෆළු මසෙක්කේ නුකුරවා සබපා අදි හම මසෙක්කේ කුරබ්වන් ෆෂායකෙන් ඒ කුරිමති ලාංච හේ ඒකි කහල ගොංච හුන්තා starting from the deficiencies in our environment, whether do we have the best environment to misalaka me career build kurevena kahala environment enge boetto mi aile bina kurevena kahala environment e betto mi kahala waregina suwaltaka jawab beenu. When one of those aspects that the government in fact the current administration is trying to deal with is a national plan kulawalevi sustainable gotaka national plan ge siyasatta digu rastaga, that is which is not just 5 years ingeto eovraves me ane digu muddatakan ebache he kannege bayakhala kantattahuge e policy choice e me ane divehi rayitunge policy choice ebache he kannege me tankole sustainable gotaka e hiyaru kura gotaka ekko kuriyadda ingeto hama e goton to that end I think it's very important pension system ge kurimaguan hama mitanung empaya inge to housing problem divehe rajya ka konkal solutions taketto nereni eveswan hama mitanung e kamakan hembima anda gabul korwe gotuga it's very important to ensure that whatever the policy whatever the solutions that we bring forward to the table those solutions should be solutions that are compatible with our country and also a solution that we can carry on our shoulder going forward. Ingato, thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Albanese hama ane para agree wange to hama ehem panelist ke view wange then hama ed column benom wani miharo eka social housing wes design korayro hama komme miheka wes accessible gotakan housing e bajehe algon men design kurang misalaka bonana ma hand rails kahala echi e bajehe hunna then ane walkways den e hunna je tankole boda miharo ane housing ge gawa du goneres miharo first buri evore gine iya mon kom he majbure none lifting hunna ka ekamako evore tankole durang algon men e bajehe visnan hama komme mihaka wes komme at least public building taka wes accessible e bajehe wan dem ane mi magumatin hingale ve kahala gotaka otum ves waram muhimme mihar vejja man zuwana ka ves surajega an male hasa ko male ga magumati gi hingalam vejja hama war bodu kamen e mi kahala kantattakan e baje he aslo mi policies ta mi address kureve miharo suren. Thank you.
Okay, before I take on questions from the screen, I would like to see if there's anyone who would like to ask question in person. If there are, you could raise your hand. If not, I'll continue from the screen. I guess not. Okay, so I think there's a question regarding the surveys conducted by National Bureau of Statistics, and the question is to Ms. Aishat Hassan. Household income expenditure survey or Bohimenung. In both surveys, it tries to capture economic activities, but year by year, the community are not willing to share their information, especially related to family relationship and money. How do you capture this information?
Furthamakamakang hamal fahakolam mi bohimenamuga ebis kahala ane mi laria behe ebis maulumate nuna gani geto bohimenamuga warang mi bohimenamaki moli gaumuge huriha farattahuge kibam almem maulumat ekkura maulumat ehme warang general sual take kurani then ane haisaki ane survey geto survey kurarga mi kurani mi gagandakang 100% waru moli abadige kufa ega dem warabbawaru maulumat tanna gane tidannawa hen mi e maulumat andannawani almen nan aslo highest ka wes response rate dashen nune ingeto mi highest ka wes response rate dashen nune e almen ge bohimenumuge some response rate fude wara karangalu furta malamen expect koring bohimenumuge wes ane response rate da vedane kama ekamako ehenne nune aslo ammi almen mujtamo anna fenagotuga warang ammi tankole evore divehinnaki ammi tankole helun teri bayeke ehme maslo maulumat libe ekam ko algon men bohimenumaga dimavi emme bodu datikamaki eka e mihunna hameya foro alaka bonana ma miharo hunna lock system ma mikahala kantattaka hedi e maulumat almen reach wevuni maslo provide kodde ekam ko mikahala kantattaka hedi almen nan e mihunna hameya mi dang tankole datikamaka dimave ingeto.
I think, given the time, I'll just take one last question. And that is, I think, directed to Ms. Shadia. Okay. For people working in domestic care and other unpaid domestic work, are they contributing to the economy just because they are not in the labor force?
They are contributing to the economy. And in the care structure, 98% of all the care work is undertaken by women in the country. So this burden is going to, the caring is going to increase if we also increase the unhealthy population, even if in the productive age, we know the onset is like that. However, the thing that we have to remember in policy making is just because by being women 98%, You don't have to make them just because it's the way things have happened. They also need to have the choice to work in the formal sector in the economy, and also have support systems like daycare facilities, work-life balance, more flexible working options arranged so that both men and women can make the maximum use in terms of productivity. Having said this, we also need to encourage, just like that European train, they do have a lot of family-friendly policies applied to men. And the paternity leave that they have for men is also a year, so that they can stay home and let the women come and work, just because, that's their best option between the couple. So just by being women, don't make it the 100% universally, the caring role for them and the breadwinning role for the other sex. So it's just that, more gender sensitive sort of policy making to encourage both men and women. If there are flexible working options and daycare facilities available, the couple can contribute to the economy. So these are policy things that need to be applied to in the economic system or the working arrangements and all that. And it's costly. We had done the costing on that as well. Yeah.
Please add.
මේ ෆර්තමකම කාලන් ෆාහ කොළඹේ නුන් එක labor force ki එක static kitchen nun kan miharo people can go out and in from the labor force. Me labor force me bonani kala ෆර්තමකම kan me balani miha kan miharo me salaka maulumat na gairu kuriang oi hafta terega enia masekate fishing oito no nia masekate libijia mong enia kure vene to ya den seeking me whether he's seeking for a job. එහෙම ඒගොත බලකම වඤාම එකමක මිහාරෝ මේ international labor organization ගෙවස් එෆලුගේ concepts තවස් තන් a new concepts as well as තන් කොලෙන් මේ old fashion කන්නේගේ labor force a word එක මිහාරෝ there's more to it අනේ potential labor force ඒ බකියා මීගේ තෙරේග මිහිමෙනෙනි එකල මිහාරෝ මේ short term තෙරේග මිසක කුරියන් ඔය හෆ්තා තෙරේග අලුගඩ මසකතෙන් නුකුරේ විදානේ kuliah kang algon ge kame ge khanta tang huri gotun ekamako ne algon do wazifa e beenum kuram beenum ve ekamako immediately no feshidane maniki I don't seek we seba koreye ekamako I'm not able to ehema mibaya then seek no curious ekamako enia wazifa e libijia mo ena kurave kahala bay me hom misal ka discouraged workers na radashuga vejiyam wargina fahara algon mennan e bayenge me weni rashega me weni wazifa en e boy kan noni ya nekkan ehe vejiyam ekala ena seek no koddana wazifa en netige ehema me in this case ena no himeni dana labor force tere ehema miharuge new concepts terega ane me potential labor force sebe include we e seek no kora ekamako enia kure vidana he's able to work noniyamung si kurana mais bagutung eka long term ga eka manifest dana eka short term ga bala kama manyamung enia wazifa dana kuredan ehme they are also very important as lo me dennawani.
Is there any additional points that the panelists would make before we close the discussion?
Me master plan ge dekkunu gina huriha wahakeka wes samap kollar already tangarani awulmenge governance nizam nuni awulmen kankan siyasat rawa siyasat gawaka mi dekeveni gine dekeveruga siyasat rawa nizamaki democratic komme fasarakun sarkaren votung hovigen as raitu majlihuge memberun hovigen councilorun hovigen anna nizame kankamang epaswe ni mi nizam ge tereng dimavegim ginafar me dima masayeki e komme fasaharakun kurige hingamundiye kantata du kolleifa rangulu kantata du kolleifa anekka a hama test fetteni alda hibani kuriyavure me dehas ashay kabure miyadu ge halatu rangalu almen bay kantata daskofim bay kantata bebe rangale අනේ හම හයිගතුක රංගලු හයිගතු අරුණ හීවැනි දස් කොෆින් බයිකන්තත්තර කෙත්තෙරි කම්බස් දස් කොෆි එක කණයක වාහක් දෙකම්බස් දස් කොෆි මේ එක කණයක මාමිලා කුරා ගොබස් දස් කොෆි අරුණනේ එම්මේ මුහිම්ම එක්කමකි අදිවෙස් සම සියාසත්ත රේවුමුග අදිවෙස් බොඩ හාසකො උමුරුන් දොෂී මීහුන්ගේ සියාසත්ත කහලා ගෙදොර වෙරිකම්ගේ සියාසත්ත කහලා කන්තත්ත රේවුමුග අදිවෙස් බොඩන් ඉන්ක්ලූසිව් deliberative shane adives boda diyon hama vihaves bagutu nagayagen mikankama gina bayaka party ge nuni timanna danna mihunna bure timanna danna area ge mihunna bure development kantatta vima iksodi mihunna finance mihunna me doctor unna narhunna me ek daira tahuge mihun ge meduga mashwara kurevigen adi rashuga mahadda dandwerikan kura ගේග ආදී වසීෆාකන් අදා කරම් බේනු කම් නුදෙවිෆ හුන්න ෆරාත් කම්ග වියස් එම්මෙන සුවාන් උන්න හුරි හැමනවස් මෂවරා එක්ස්ටෙන්සිව්ලි කොග්ගෙන් සියාසතේ කානූන් තහක නුනි ගවතහක ගෙනවෙන ගොත්තකින් අවුල්මෙන් ඉබ එකෙත්තිකන් අවුල්මෙන් බේනුවේ එයි හැම අරුන් ගෑම්ස් නිම්මාලම් බේනුවා එන්න කුතා අනෙක්කම කී අවුල්මෙන්ගේ දිරියුළුමගේ හරත්තන් ඉන්තිහා නුවේ මාලේ දිරියුලෙන් ග්‍රේටර් මාලේ දිරියුලෙන් උඳගු තනක වෙෆ ඒ උඳගුගේ සවබුන් දෙන්නුකොන්න ඉජ්තිමායි බොඩති මසල්තම් මිනුකුන්නනි උමුරුන් දොෂී මිහුන් කම්ගවි අදි හවුසින් ඉෂුස් ත කම්ගවිස් මිනුකුන්නනි අවුන්නෙන් එබ බේනුම් වේ මාෆුරබාති this is not a social and a political forum and එකම ක්වෙස් එහෙන් සරහදු තකෙන් එබ බේන් වේ මිහුන රීතිකොන් දිරිඋල වේන ඒරුම් හයිගතුග cost of living තිරි කොරෙවි අවුන්නෙන් aging na hamiya daru almena graceful kon hamaje hilagen diriulene goittaken hoda magumachan nokume iruge avi jehila ratte hinna baddal kolla wagutu hoda mekan kon koreven ehema alun itangeri kutaga almen alun hamagams nimmadan shukriya.
Okay, I think we have had a very productive discussion, and given the time, I would like to close the discussion on the note that we have explored the implication of the current demographics that could have on the economic and social support system. It's clear that reforms and policies needs to change if we want to get everyone on the train, and also the policies needs to ensure the sustainability. To close off, please give a round of applause to our expert panelists for their contribution and insights. And also, I would like to thank everyone who has contributed in terms of asking questions. Thank you, everyone. Next is, I think, lunch, so have a good lunch, and we look forward for hearing the rest of the session following from this discussion. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, panelists. The discussion has highlighted that impending demographic shifts can have various profound effects on aspects of society and the economy. This concludes the morning session of the Maldives Finance Forum 2024. Now, we will break for lunch, which will be served at Vihamana restaurant. We will see you back here at 1:20. Thank you, and enjoy your lunch.
hello. Nisa. Go. Rangalenu. Evahaka tamapuni. Meriano. Teloni me botanero. Hey, Fahatun and is 30 to Jayado. Mirin. Nisha, me can't do it though. Entanamati Balocol. එහෙම වේදාන මස්සේ නුමේකි එක කාරිසා දිමායදාන කාරිසාකි දිමාව එච්චකේ ඒ ජීය බදව කොල්දන මීතින්ගේ මේක එන්ටන වරබ්බඩ මෙලිෆම යති ජී Whoa. Hey. Hey, hello. Whoa. Koba, meet Nagalo. Copy paste Pandita. Maya Bahele me. Mute call the way. Balabo. Okay. Gain dakko de bale. Zero ga. Ooh. Check. 1, 2, 1. Check. Bus. Miharado arate ado. Boof, boof, doof. Check, one. Yeah, 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 yeah. ये नहीं, वो सिल्वर बैग के अंदर है ना, ऐसे वाला सिल्वर सूटकेस है ना, उसके अंदर होगा, वो लेके आओ। मुझे हाँ, ओके 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 राजू। अबे फातु का जो होना सो एवर गेन बूटे मीगा यस बॉस।
Assalamu alaikum and welcome back to the afternoon session of Maldives Finance Forum 2024. We will continue the session with a keynote speech by Mr. Robert Palacios on sustainable pension system, trends in global pension landscape with a specific focus on defined contribution pension schemes. Mr. Robert is the lead economist for social protection in the East Asia and Pacific region at the World Bank. He contributed to the influential World Bank volume, Averting the Old Age Crisis, Policies to Protect the Old and Promote Growth. He also played a vital role in the 2009 pension reform in the Maldives through the Pension and Social Protection Administration project. As the project team lead, he was involved in both the planning and implementation phases, which led to the establishment of the Maldives Pension Act. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Robert Palacios.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. This is the point where I usually thank the organizers for inviting me and say how glad I am to be here. But today is a little bit different because I really am very grateful to Shuja for inviting me here after 10 years, more than 10 years of not having been here, to see just how wonderfully things have developed here, to meet old friends, some of whom are here, and to meet the new team that is really very impressive at the MPO. So thank you very much. What I'd like to do today is review the evolution of the Maldivian pension system in sort of a global context, see how it sort of fits in, and I hope you'll find it interesting. But at the end, I will, of course, get to the issues at hand and try to provide some inputs again after so many years to perfecting the scheme here in the Maldives. So I'm actually going to go back several hundred years. The Port of London in the 1680s had a gentleman named Martin Horsham who had reached his 50s and who wasn't really able to perform his functions very well. You know, 55 at that time was very old. And so they wanted to retire him, but they didn't want to sort of put him out on the street. So what they did, and this is a report, this is the actual original document, they gave him a pension which was paid by his replacement. So 50% of the wage of his replacement was paid to Martin Horsham, the first known civil service pensioner. Now, in the 1800s, before the 1800s, this system obviously wasn't tenable. It was a support ratio of 1 to 1, right? One person, one contributor for every pensioner. That wasn't really appreciated by the people who were having to pay the pensions of their people they replaced. So they went to a group system and, of course, collected contributions from other civil servants to pay the pensions. And by the 1700s, this group system was in place. It looks something like what we would resemble today. But by the mid-1800s, the civil servants had become quite strong, and they negotiated a package which included increasing the pension to 50% of final salary and eliminating the contributions. So that might sound familiar to some of you because that was the scheme that was exported throughout the British Empire. So you can find that scheme in Trinidad, Nigeria, Hong Kong, India, throughout the colonies. And today, most of those countries did retain that system. And here's a bunch of the countries that did so. They tweaked them in different ways. So the accrual rate, which determines what the replacement rate is going to be, is a little bit different across countries. Sri Lanka's got the most generous accrual rate. India is basically, in Hong Kong and Myanmar are where they were originally. And the retirement ages are slightly different with, again, Sri Lanka having a very low retirement age. And the Maldives is there too, but there are certain special features in the Maldives, two in particular. One was that there was no retirement age, and the second was that you could receive multiple pensions, which kind of go hand in hand. And if you see here, this was a graph that we made back in 2007, I think, which shows the age distribution of the civil servants at that time, before the reform. And as you can see, there are quite a few 65-year-olds and above. In fact, there are even a few 90-year-olds. I was told that these 90-year-olds would basically go into the office once a month, talk to their friends, collect their money, and go back. They weren't really working. But there was no retirement age, and I had actually never been to a country which had a pension system without a retirement age at that time, so I was quite fascinated by that. So in 2008, we were working on this for several years, and by 2008, we had produced some projections that showed that that system really wasn't going to be sustainable. The red line there shows the percentage of the wage bill, so how much you would have to contribute out of the wage bill to pay the pensions over time. As a percentage of GDP, it's also rising rapidly over this period. So it was very clear that this system was not going to sustain in the long run. The other thing that came up during our discussions was the fact that there was a desire to cover the private sector because it was one of the few countries, the Maldives, that did not have a scheme for the private sector. These are the other countries at the time. So the objectives in the 2009 reform were really to address the financial sustainability issue with the existing scheme, to expand the coverage to cover private sector workers, and to provide a safety net for the elderly who aren't going to be in the formal sector necessarily, and those who are currently elderly. Because of course it takes decades to accumulate enough so that you can actually start to pay a pension. That picture, I believe, was the signing of the negotiation documents for the project with the then state minister. And this is what were the sort of formal objectives in World Bank speak that have to be elaborated. And it said the proposed credit will provide the Republic of Maldives with support in the design and implementation of a financially sustainable system of old age income security based on a combination of mandated retirement savings and cash transfers to be administered by a new authority. And that's what actually happened. Now I want to step back and look at the global context of how this came about. Now, there were three major trends in pension policy happening over this long period of time that I've been working on it. One is that the national defined benefit schemes, particularly in the OECD countries that were getting old, were starting to become unsustainable. This was a particular problem in Eastern Europe after the Berlin Wall fell, where they became particularly unsustainable, and I'll come back to that later. There was also, one of the reactions to this was to replace these defined benefit schemes that were unsustainable with defined contribution schemes, either completely or partially. And the third reality that was emerging was that informality was not going down. Even as incomes went up, the size of the informal sector wasn't going down. These national defined benefit schemes that started with Bismarck in 1889 in Germany, the number of countries that implemented these type of schemes just gradually rose throughout the century. So by the end of the 20th century, most of the countries of the world had introduced this kind of model, this defined benefit scheme. So it really was, from a pension perspective, the century of the national defined benefit scheme. But, as I mentioned, as the population aged, and because they were not setting aside money to pay for those liabilities as they grew, you had a situation like this in Argentina. So you see in the 1940s, when Argentina was running this system, they were running big surpluses. Those surpluses gradually disappeared and then led to deficits. And then it became a real crisis situation in the last few years. And that is the pattern that we see throughout these defined benefit schemes. So this led, as I said, to a number of systemic reforms. So there are parametric reforms and there are systemic reforms. The parametric reforms just change the parameters, raise the retirement age, maybe change the indexation, lower the benefits. There were many of those, particularly in the high-income OECD countries in the 1990s and 2000s. But there were also a number of conversions or systemic reforms where the defined benefit scheme was replaced by the defined contribution scheme. And this also occurred in the context of the inherited civil servant schemes that I showed you before. Some of them decided to go from a defined benefit scheme for the civil servants to a defined contribution scheme. Hong Kong was the first in 2001. I worked in India at the time in the early 2000s when they did their reform. Nigeria in 2004. Currently, the Malaysians are discussing doing this, and I think they probably will. And of course, our case here in the Maldives in 2009. So this was something that was, to me, quite interesting, that this was happening independently. It wasn't that these countries were necessarily talking to each other, or it just was arising because of the situation, because the unfunded pension liabilities became an issue at a high level, and responsible finance ministers at the time decided we need to tackle this problem. Now, the other issue I mentioned was the coverage problem. So if we look at mid-1990s compared to mid-2010, so a 20-year period, and we plot the coverage of these pension programs against each other, you see that very few countries have had increases in coverage. Some of the countries even had declining coverage. So our hopes back in the 1990s were that the coverage would grow along with the income of the country, and eventually you would formalize. And that just hasn't really happened. So as a result, a number of countries went a different route. Now, Richard Seddon was not as well known as Otto von Bismarck for his pension scheme, but he was the first to introduce a universal flat pension scheme in New Zealand in 1891. And as you can see, very few countries had used what we call social pensions, or basic pensions, as you call them here. But then when this coverage issue started to become clear, countries started to introduce them or expand them dramatically. So you can see at the end of this period, many, many countries started to introduce social pensions. So again, the introduction of the basic pension is really part of that recognition and that trend. Now, the major choices that were made in the Maldivian reform, they chose the systemic reform route from DB to DC. The coverage of all formal sector workers, so expanding to cover private sector workers, and the introduction of a social pension or a demo grant. So these all kind of fit in with what was happening in the world. But then there were some very specific parameters of the scheme or decisions about the details that were very important to how the scheme was worked. Now, the first thing that we wanted to do was to make sure that if you were to contribute for the full period, that you would get what you were getting in the previous scheme. And so the calculations were done that said if you contribute every year, and this is just a basic spreadsheet that one of our team had produced, if you contribute for 35 years from age 25 to 30 to 65, right? 35 years, sorry. So we were very conservative in these calculations, and we assumed a differential between the investment return and the wage growth of 1.5 percentage points. That's what the OECD generally assumes. It's a conservative estimate, and you've been able to beat that here so far. But I think it's a way to do it safely, is to assume that you are going to get 1.5% better than the wage growth. That's a conservative assumption, and that generates the very bottom corner of the spreadsheet, a more than 50% replacement rate, okay? So that was one decision, and so you had to decide what was the contribution rate that would get you there. And that contribution rate turned out to be 14% based on those assumptions. So that's where the 14% comes from. It's not just from the air. And that 14% then leads to a 50% replacement rate if you retire at age 65. If you had a lower retirement age, it would give you a lower replacement rate. So those decisions were made very consciously and very deliberately. Now, another key decision was how to handle the transition. Now, in most of the countries that have done this, for example, in India, they only mandated that new employees went into the defined contribution scheme. The Kenyans have said that if you were under age 45, you would go into the scheme. We're discussing this right now in several other countries, but the only country that has really shifted everyone over at the beginning was Maldives. And they did this in using recognition bonds. And this was, I think, a very clever way of handling the situation, because you were recognizing the credit for the years of service prior to the reform. So you weren't cheating anybody out of what they had already earned up until that point. But then you're converting that into a bond and putting it into their individual account, and then it earns interest. And then at the end, for people who are in the transition generations, they get two pieces of the pension, that recognition bond piece and the piece that comes from accumulations plus investment returns. So that was a big decision, and I think it was the most elegant decision to make at the time. So the rising cost of the Democrat was anticipated because of the population aging. So this was the other part of the reform. Major part of the reform was the introduction of the basic pension. And we knew by looking, there's a lot of inertia in demographic projections. So you knew already that there was going to be rapid aging of the population in 2009. And so the benefit level was set at a level that was considered reasonable and sort of acceptable in terms of alleviating poverty, but was also sustainable in the long run. So we knew it was going to go up, but it went up. It was set at that low level, I think 2,000 or 2,300 at the beginning. So these were all very conscious decisions. You had two pieces of your pension. One was coming from the demo grant, the basic pension, and one was coming from the contributory scheme. So what did the 2009 reform achieve, in my view? Well, first, it immediately provided income through the universal basic pension to all the elderly in the country, and in so doing, reduced elderly poverty rates much below what they would have been. You covered most of the formal sector workers, not all, but most formal private sector workers were also covered for the first time. The returns that have been received so far are sufficient that they should reach, when the scheme matures, the replacement rate goals that were set at the beginning. And I think very importantly, a robust institutional arrangement has been set up. One of the, I think, best institutional setups that I've seen in the countries that I work in. I mean, the independent board, all of the details of how the governance, which we won't go into now, have been set up, I think have been really very well done, or an example for other countries. But where did these policies diverge after 2009? The first divergence was a couple of years later when the senior citizens allowance was added, more than doubling the size of the basic pension. So this sort of was a complete sort of a violation of our original thinking of sustainability of the scheme by more than doubling the spending on the demo grant. And then instead of allowing the MRPS and the DC scheme to really replace the DB schemes that were running big liabilities, new unfunded DB schemes were added. And I was watching from a distance, and I was really saddened to see that this was coming back in this way. And we can go into the discussions in the next session about what to do about that and sort of what the implications of that are. But we all know that the implication is that it's making the system more fiscally unsustainable. And aside from creating these unfunded liabilities, you create inequities between public and private sector. You limit portability, so it's not as smooth to move between public and private sector as it should be. That's why we like integrated systems, and why most of the OECD has moved to integrated systems. And on the returns, they've been sufficient to achieve the goals, but there is, and this was mentioned earlier, I think, there hasn't been much diversification away from government bills, T-bills, and so on. And so if there isn't diversification into real assets, that means that probably the government is spending more money than it would have spent if it didn't have access to that easy credit, which means that the national savings rate probably is not being increased, which is really part of the goal of having a pension scheme, is to save now so that when you grow older, that money can be used. The high level of the minimum withdrawal is also, I think, hampering the consumption smoothing of the system. I think that's a real detail, but as the scheme matures, it will become more evident that allowing for a longer payout period will be preferable, because that is part of the point of the system, is to smooth consumption over the life cycle and to provide some form of longevity insurance if you live a long time. So the result of all this is that the overall pension system is less sustainable than it would have been if we had stuck to the original plan. So I have two figures here. The first is the World Bank's 2008 projection of the pre-reform spending that would be taking place in 2060 without any reform. And now the IMF last year did their own projections, and they come up with, when you take everything into account, the spending will be even higher in 2060 than it would have been before the reform. And maybe an even better way to think about it is, what is the unfunded liability? In 2008, we calculated that the unfunded pension liability was about 130% of GDP. Now, let me say something about the calculation of the liability. These numbers, for a long time, we've discussed whether they should be reported across countries. And for reasons like you can go into, that some countries have very large pension liabilities, they don't want that to be there. The European Union did actually a few years ago mandate that these unfunded pension liabilities be reported by the EU members. And so that's being done every few years. And they are very large numbers. But as you can see, in the case of the Maldives, the IMF's projection through 2060, and I'm using comparable numbers in the sense that they both take the present value of the spending to 2060 and put it in today's terms as a percentage of GDP, actually has gone up more than 20% of GDP. So one of the key objectives of this whole reform did not really happen. And that's really caused by two things, obviously. One is this much higher spending of the basic pension. You see our old projections with different clawback rates, but the actual spending is just much, much higher than what we were expecting before this increase happened. And the basic pension, as the CEO mentioned earlier, is the highest, one of the highest in the world. Here, I'm not presenting it in dollar terms, but as a percentage of income per capita. So even only Kiribati has a higher ratio of the basic pension value to income per capita. So in relative terms, it's very high, not only in absolute terms in dollars. So, sometimes we talk about the case criteria for pension systems, coverage, adequacy, sustainability, and equity. In coverage, I think we can say we've done very well. And Maldives has a very high coverage rate, even for its income level. And it's certainly adequate. In fact, we would compare it to other countries, it's more than adequate for pretty much everybody. But the problem is in sustainability and in equity, as we've just discussed. So what can be done to improve the sustainability and equity of the system? So what the IMF has recommended is freezing the benefits in nominal terms of the basic pension temporarily. I think that probably makes sense. Beyond that, one could consider what is done in some other countries, which is an affluence test, Australia, Chile. So we're not talking about targeting in terms of a means test where only the poor receive it. We're talking about eliminating those at the very top who really don't need it. We used to say, Bill Gates doesn't need to have a pension. We don't need Mukesh Ambani to have a pension in India. So, at the very top, the top 10%, the top 20%, in Chile, it's the top 40% are not eligible. And this is done on the basis of household income. And that's a challenge, given what you have to use here in Maldives. But the principle would be to apply some kind of affluence test. In Australia, they use assets. In Thailand, they use other things. So that would be one thing to consider to save money, because it is a very dramatic situation. If it had remained at its original level, I don't think we would be having to have this discussion. And then the supplementary public pension schemes, which we'll probably hear about more in the next session. Phasing them out over time, I think it can't be, it's very difficult to do it very quickly, but I think gradually to phase them out should be feasible, and we can make adjustments to the existing scheme, just the parametric reforms I mentioned earlier, retirement age, penalties for early retirement, contribution rates, accrual rates. Maybe up until now, what has been put in place, you can decide whether you want to honor those obligations to date. But going forward, and for new civil servants, I think we should want to phase these things out because otherwise it's just not going to be a sustainable system. This was what the IMF's report suggested, and I wanted to point out this, that the savings that you get are very small and very gradual from the reforms they're proposing. So I would go even further, to be honest, and particularly with the basic pension. But they're going to grow over time if you do it right, and so this is going to help offset the liabilities that I showed you earlier. So just to conclude, we found that the Maldives pension scheme was unsustainable in 2008. There was widespread consensus about this in government. It was also clear that the government did not want to leave the rest of the population out of the scheme, whether it's the current elderly or the workers that are not in the public sector. So those things were clear objectives of the reform. And by replacing the DB scheme with the DC scheme and introducing an affordable social pension, that addressed these problems very, very effectively. I often say this, to me, the original pension reform here is, I've worked on several dozen around the world, and this was the most elegant and well-designed pension reform that I've worked with. And I think the new system has performed as intended, but it's been compromised by the addition of the unfunded pension schemes again, and the massive increase in the basic pension. And these sort of fiscally irresponsible measures are contributing to the budget pressures. I was amazed to hear what the current debt to GDP ratio is here, and how it's changed in just the last 5 years. It's very worrying, and it makes the government even more dependent on the borrowing from the pension fund. So that macro issue, as was said in the last session, needs to be addressed if this is going to be fixed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Palacios, for your enriching presentation on the global pension landscape. Next is a panel discussion on sustainability and fairness of public non-contributory defined benefit schemes. The panelists contributing to this discussion are Mr. Robert Palacios, the lead economist for social protection in the East Asia and Pacific region at the World Bank, Mr. Hussein Niazi, Auditor General, and Mr. Ahmad Said Mustafa, Deputy Minister of Finance. The discussion will be moderated by Ms. Mariam Shiuna, Chief Operating Officer of the Pension Office. I kindly request the panelists to take their places on the stage. I kindly request our panelists, Mr. Robert Palacios, Mr. Hussein Niazi, Mr. Ahmad Said Mustafa, and our moderator, Ms. Mariam Shiuna, to take their places on the stage.
Can you hear me? All right, okay, so let me start. So good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone has had a good lunch and are ready to engage in the second panel discussion of this forum. We have a fantastic line of speakers for this panel as well. My name is Mariam Shiuna, and I'm the Chief Operating Officer at Pension Office, and I will be the moderator for this panel. So this panel discussion focuses on the topic of sustainability and fairness of public non-contributory defined benefit schemes. So through this panel, I hope we get to discuss key determinants of a universal pension scheme like basic pension in providing adequate income support to the elderly population. We will also delve deeper into the issues related to state other pension benefits and its sustainability and fairness. And I would also like to follow up from this morning's discussion and would like to hear from our panelists on their views on the implications of demographic shifts for public non-contributory schemes, particularly in terms of the impact on government expenditure. But most importantly, I hope we are able to explore strategies to reform the existing pension system in order for us to achieve the goal for an equitable and sustainable pension system in the Maldives. So to deliberate on this crucial topic, we have an esteemed panel of speakers who will share their insights and perspectives on these critical issues. It's my pleasure to briefly introduce our panelists. So to my right, we have Mr. Robert Palacios. He's already been introduced, but let me just reiterate some of the introductory remarks made about him. He's the lead economist for the social protection in the East Asia and Pacific region at the World Bank. He has worked in more than 30 countries across Eastern Europe, Asia, Latin America, Africa, and played a vital role, as already been mentioned, in the 2009 pension reform in the Maldives through the Pension and Social Protection Administration project. As previously introduced, he was the team leader of the project which culminated in the establishment of the Maldives Pension Act. He has also authored more than 40 publications, including articles and books, covering a wide range of topics, including old age poverty, health insurance, managing public pension funds, social pensions, among many other topics. And then we have Mr. Hussein Niazi, who is the Auditor General of leading the Auditor General's office. He is a distinguished public audit professional with extensive experience in finance, accounting, and auditing. Mr. Niazi is a chartered management accountant and a chartered global management accountant with over 18 years of service at the Auditor General's office. Alongside his contributions to the Auditor General's office, Mr. Niazi played a pivotal role in establishing and developing the Institute of Chartered Accountants of the Maldives, where he currently serves as the president. And then we also have on the panel Mr. Ahmad Said Mustafa, who currently serves as the Deputy Minister of Finance, overseeing the Fiscal Affairs Department and providing leadership to the National Tender Board. He also chairs the Maldives Inland Revenue Authority Board. Mr. Mustafa is a graduate of the University of Warwick with a degree in economics. He also brings in valuable experience from his time at the Maldives Monetary Authority, where he contributed to research and policy formulation related to monetary and exchange rate policies. Welcome to the panel. So I would like to kickstart the panel discussion by inviting our panelists to provide us with their initial remarks or opening thoughts on the core issue we will be unpacking during today's panel. So we can start off with you, Mr. Palacios.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you hear? Hello? Can you hear me? Yeah.
I think they can hear you, yeah.
So I thought I'd go back a little bit in history again to when the World Bank got involved with pensions, and that was in the early 1990s. And the reason was that after the Berlin Wall fell, we suddenly had a bunch of new countries that came in from Eastern Europe. And these countries were already old, and they already had very generous and unsustainable pension systems. So unfortunately, the 1990s was a period of going in and reforming pension systems, which meant really painful cuts to pension schemes in that region. Now, at that time, we, as an institution, really didn't have a clear vision of what our pension policy framework was. So that's when this book was commissioned. And it came out in 1994. It was called Averting the Old Age Crisis. And it was a 400-page book that really laid out the international experience at the time and what our policy recommendations were. And that's when the multi-pillar system was designed. And essentially, the idea was that you should separate redistribution from consumption smoothing and do the redistribution through some kind of social pension financed from general revenues. And then for consumption smoothing, you should do it through savings. So this sounds familiar because this is exactly what the Maldives put into place in 2009. It was really a classic version of what was recommended in that report. So for me, it was really a model for other countries. Unfortunately, as I mentioned in my presentation, things have changed, and some of those principles of sustainability were undermined. And I want to just say something about, sometimes the World Bank or the IMF we're seen, as very tight on the fiscal policy front. And, I'm in social protection, and I think we sometimes are seen as wanting to keep costs down more than anything else. But this is different. This is a different type of fiscal issue. This is more, my wife works in climate change, and to me it's more like climate change, because what this is creating a liability that is going to be assumed in the future by your children, your grandchildren. In fact, your children, really, because it's coming pretty quickly if it's not fixed. So it's more of an intergenerational responsibility, like climate is. Now, in Maldives, climate is a big issue, and I remember way back when there was a parliamentary meeting underwater, which I thought was very interesting, or a cabinet meeting that was held underwater with the president. And so it's a very important subject here, but there's not a whole lot that the Maldives itself can do about it. It's the US, China, India, Brazil. That's where the change is going to have to come to avoid the most serious problems of climate change. But pensions is different. Pensions is under your control. So the Maldives government and the population can make changes to the pension system that will make sure that your children and grandchildren are not going to have to assume this burden.
Okay, thank you. AG, would you like to start off with your opening remarks?
It's first of all, thank you, CEO Sujata, for bringing up this important discussion and having various officials, key stakeholders represented in this important forum. I would like to talk about the work that we have done with regard to the pension issues. 8 years back, we did a special audit report on the sustainability of these various schemes outside the pension scheme. That's the work that was done by Mr. former AG Ziad. And every year we give our recommendations to the Parliament on the budget recommendations. And in various recommendations, we have also addressed this issue of the pension. And in addition, with regard to the fiscal responsibility law, we do certain audits on the fiscal strategy and the debt management strategy. And this issue of the sustainability of or rather the unsustainability of the pension various schemes, we have addressed these issues. So when we go to the questions, I will probably speak about the details. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe my mic, sorry. Thank you, Shuna. Thank you, Auditor General. And most of all, thank you to CEO Sujatha and the Empower team for coming up with this very useful event. I think it's very appropriate that we hold this finance forum this year and that we center our discussions around one of the greatest fiscal vulnerabilities and risks that the Maldives faces going forward. I think pension reform is urgent, it's needed, and it's vital for the proper functioning of not just our economy, but also of a society. To really understand the issue, I think we should hearken our minds back some 15 years ago, when the Maldives had the famous 20-40-60 rule. So you serve 20 years, you get 50% of your salary paid out. And peculiarly, even though pensions are usually paid out after you retire, in the Maldives we had, and still do, have a culture where people collect pensions while in their working age, which is quite a strange phenomenon. But this was the culture back then as well. 40 years means you get 100%, and for 60 years of government service, you get paid a premium over and above your salary of 50%, so 150% total. And on top of this, the government also had a government provident fund, whereby the government matched 5% out of the employee's payroll with an equivalent amount out of the state's coffers. However, this system, clearly we've done away with it, and I think it's important to understand why. Withdrawals were routine, and when withdrawals were allowed for housing, it was a watershed moment. Ultimately, the scheme was not very useful to the retirees and turned out to be a huge fiscal burden. With that, with the support of the World Bank, there were cabinet meetings held in 2006, and it ensured that we would then transition to a two-tier system, which we find ourselves in today. Unfortunately, this system is now also littered with other tiers, which we will, I'm sure, get into. With the change in the pension system through the Pension Act in 2009, we moved on to create or essentially meet the zero pillar of the 2008 World Bank report to have a government-funded or rather unfunded scheme, defined benefit scheme, which we now call it as the Old Age Benefit Pension, OAPB. Successively over the years, due to political economy considerations and electoral cycles, we now find ourselves offering people 5,000 after the age of 65. On top of this, the pension reform envisioned back then that there would be a contributory scheme and a defined contributory scheme, which essentially fulfilled the, I believe, the second pillar. And although fulfilling all pillars would be excellent, I think given the high values we've ascertained on the old age benefits pension scheme, we meet, as Mr. Robert Palacios has mentioned in his very good presentation, we meet the adequacy ratios, and we are world leading in this regard. However, in 2010, empowered by the Civil Service Commission Act, I believe Article 18F, the Civil Service Commission came up with a new regulation that allowed for a provision, I believe a transitionary retirements agreement, which paved the way for all the other pension benefits that we see littered among all the accountable government agencies and institutions in the country today. Even though some regulations were changed in 2014, it essentially remained the same with regard to early retirement. And with this, we now find around 46,000 civil servants qualifying for differentiated pension schemes, creating not just sustainability risks on the fiscal side, but also concerns revolving around equity, as Mr. Robert Palacios has highlighted. Today, if we consider a person who was at the age of, say, 25 in 2008, that person would also enjoy accrued interest from the bond that was placed in to safeguard their rights prior to the Act. They would also enjoy benefits from the contributions they are making once they turn 65 into the Maldives Retirement Pension Scheme, the MRPS, on top of the old age benefit pension scheme. Even with the clawback and with the macroeconomy being where it is and the fiscal trajectory that we are on being where it is, it's not just a burden for the state, it's also a burden for the pension authority. With much of its liquid assets now invested into the government, some 70-80% and above, moving ahead, these other pension benefit schemes, which offer a lump sum figure upon retirement, sometimes to people aged 39, where whilst the average age of trigger in these pensions stand at 58, there are early retirements now being recorded at the age of 39 as well. Millions of rupiah paid out in lump sum figures, on top of lifetime monthly payments, which certain individuals then go on to enjoy beyond their tenure at the former institution when they take up other high offices in the state. Not only is this fiscally unsustainable, it raises concerns about the labor force considerations and equity. Two people working in two institutions could find themselves on very two different trajectories, despite having the same qualifications, despite having worked the same amount of time. And if we are to incentivize and encourage early retirement, it causes a drain out of the MRPS at some point, out of the state coffers. Even this year, we've budgeted 1.33 billion just for the old age benefit pension scheme, of which when I arrived here today, I checked through my Fiscal Affairs Department staff. We've paid out 650 million already, and 835 million paid out including other pension benefits. Last year, we paid out to the tune of 1.7 billion rupiah, which we consider in terms of GDP, that's a 1.6 percentage point GDP share. We are trying to contain costs that are far lower. To put this into perspective, the cost of medicine out of the health insurance scheme, Asanda, is cheaper. So moving ahead, when we head into the mid-century, we're expecting that it will reach 2.5 or 3 percentage points of share of GDP. And that's just for the other pension benefits rising out of institutions such as the judiciary, independent commissions, which are also fairly highly paid in comparison to other civil servants. So this is the right time to focus on this. The median age in the country still stands at 32. The average age within the civil service remains at around 37. In 2 to 3 decades, we will be solidly an aging population. This means that dependency ratios will rise. Our children and their children will find themselves working to pay our pensions. And this is why it is an intertemporal or intergenerational issue. We have the necessary political economy today to address this issue. And moving ahead, if we do address this in a fair manner, not only can we reduce fiscal vulnerabilities today, but moving ahead, we can ensure both fiscal stability, reduce financing costs, and that means inevitably debt sustainability, which is the topic of the day in the country. So I just wish to, I know I've taken a bit of time, but I just wish to provide all attendees the environment in which we are having this conversation.
Thank you for your elaborate comments, and thank you for the initial remarks from all the speakers. I'm also cautious and aware we are a bit running behind time as well, but I'm pretty sure that your commentary and your insights, there's much interest in this topic here today. But before I go into the curated segment, similar to the morning panel, please do note that you can submit your questions for panelists using the QR code placed on your table, and I will try to cover as many questions from the audience as much as possible during the Q&A segment. I mean, this is also, during the Q&A segment, you can also, perhaps if you have any questions for Mr. Palacios from his keynote speech, that's also an opportunity for you to ask questions regarding his presentation as well. Again, provided we have adequate time. So let me just start off with Mr. Palacios. My first question is for you. As we know, one of the main objectives of the Universal Old Age Basic Pension is to ensure that those above the age of retirement receive income support and hence are protected from falling below a defined poverty threshold. So based on your experience, what are the key features to consider when designing an old age basic pension that provides adequate income support? Perhaps you can cover pension level, means testing and targeting in your response.
Okay, thank you for that question. So in my country, in the United States, there is a social pension. But it plays a very small role. I showed you that graph showing the increase in the number of social pensions over time, but they're very different social pensions and basic pensions in different countries. In my country, in the United States, it pays only to 1% of the elderly. And that's because the coverage of the Social Security scheme and of occupational schemes covers most of the population, so there isn't a need. It really plays a very small role to just get those people that fall through the cracks. Now, and that's the case in a lot of the high-income OECD countries where they've had high coverage for a long time in their contributory schemes. But there are a few exceptions, like Korea, which started its scheme quite late in the game. And so in Korea, what they've done is they're giving 70% of the elderly social pension, starting in 2005, because until their pension scheme matures, and it was only set up in 1988, so it's just coming to the point where now pensions are being paid out after full careers of contribution. This is seen as a kind of a bridge, the social pension, so it takes care of that transition generation. And then there are a few countries, a very small number of countries, like New Zealand, South Africa, that is the only pension system that they have. So there they have fairly high benefits because they don't have contributory pensions at all. So to me, the Maldives is somewhere more like, I would say, the case of Chile, for example, which is a country with very decent coverage. So you maybe have 70% of the labor force covered or more. But people are going in and out of the system, right? So when we talk about how many affiliates or how many accounts have been opened, those accounts are not all active, right? And so we expect that people will come in and out of the system and will not end up, many people, if not most people, will not end up with 35 years of contributions. They'll leave the labor force for various reasons, and at the end of the day, they may not have the full career of contributions. That's similar to what has been happening in the defined contribution scheme in Chile, and that's why they introduced a big social pension in 2008. But what they did, which as I mentioned, Australia sort of also does, is that they affluence tested this pension. So they have two things. One is they said above a certain level of assets or income, if you're a very wealthy household, then you don't qualify for the social pension, just the top. But then everybody below that is qualified, but then we apply the clawback. So their clawback is about 37 cents on the dollar as opposed to 50. And that provides what is, I think, a decent threshold for keeping elderly poverty very low, but also is fiscally sustainable. So with a much older population, they're spending about the same as you're spending here today. And as I said before, if you were to continue to spend or have benefit levels and not have any targeting or any testing for affluence, it's going to become, just as was mentioned, just a time bomb. And it's going to be a promise that somebody is either going to break in the future in a violent way, the way it happened in Eastern Europe, which is really not, you don't want to wait till the crisis hits and you really cannot cut it. And to be honest, from what I understand about the current fiscal situation is because of other reasons, you already, that are not having to do with aging, you already have such a tight fiscal situation that saving 0.1, 0.2% of GDP off of that would help get you back to a more better fiscal path.
All right, okay. Mr. Mustafa, like going into the national context, since the 2009 pension reform and the introduction of basic pension, what are your thoughts on the current design of the Maldives old age pension scheme in terms of redistribution of public wealth to ensure coverage of the most vulnerable and fiscal sustainability of it?
Thank you, Shona. Thank you, Shona. I think the design, as was mentioned during the presentation, is a good one. We have a two-tier system. Unfortunately, I think we've lacked discipline in ensuring that the implementation of the system goes out well. The main issue is the Pension Administration Office really now serves as just that, as an administration office. I think moving forward, we should really start having conversations about the Pension Administration Office authority acting more and more as an institutional investor, and also coming in to ensure that any pension, any benefit handed out by any government agency, I believe it should be vetted by two very important organs within the state. Number one, of course, is the Empower, the Pension Office, and number two is the Pay Commission in the Ministry of Finance. Some years ago, the Ministry of Finance embarked on the pay harmonization policy. And it's sadly very ill understood, its goals and why it's important and how it's linked to the pension system. With the change into the harmonized framework, some 70% of basic wage, some 70% of compensation will be basic wage, which will ensure that for the lowest earning individuals below 15,000 rupiah, there will be greater contributions to the MRPS. I think the Maldives Retirement Pension Scheme is a system developed with good intentions, and certainly the state pension for the old age benefits, although perhaps it has now enlarged into a very high level, it's also a useful buffer, especially for people in their late stages of life. However, it's been an inability to regulate unilaterally almost invented schemes rising out of thin air in certain institutions and commissions. There is no coherence. One of the main goals in any pension administration or system should be internal coherence about the accumulation stage and also the payout phase. Right now, the link is broken. As I mentioned earlier, if you consider, I think analogies will help to lighten the conversation. If you consider two individuals graduating out of the same university with the same degree, who by happenstance end up in two different institutions. One could be in the civil service, say a ministry. Another could end up in a security apparatus. 20 years down the line, when they are at the age of 40 to 44, one gets to enjoy ₱1 million payout and lifetime benefits, whilst the other wouldn't even have the ability to retire. So it's not so much the envisioned system that's bad, it's just that the monitoring and regulation. And this is not just within the mandate of the Pension Administration Office, it also concerns the legislature, parts of the executive. So a joint effort is now needed to ensure that we have an internally coherent system moving forward. I think one of the main goals that we should attain in the near term certainly is ascertaining who qualifies for the old age benefit pension. The idea that the most affluent, the most capable and wealthy should also qualify for this is absurd. However, this is commonplace within the Maldivian subsidy and pension framework. It's an indirect mechanism where everyone enjoys the benefit. And with this creates huge social inequity. A person enjoying profits out of his business in the millions, if they're above the age of 65, they also are entitled to this pension. So I think a system that was very well designed with good intentions have somehow in implementation turned out to be rather awkward. And I think it's very good that we are having this conversation, and this is a time when all government agencies, not just within the executive, not just within the pension office, but also the legislature, are working on an array of reforms, not just in the fiscal space, but also targeting at the external sector. So if we make a concerted effort to rectify these issues now, then I think moving forward, we will be in a better position to capitalize and offer social protection for the most needy. Unlike some of the considerations of the fiscal side, which require immediate attention, immediate in the sense today is already late, I think pension reforms offer us a window where we can craft policies to ensure that they are well designed moving forward, because we've got a bit of time, which is not the case with regard to some of the subsidy considerations and other factors. So I think we should capitalize, we should work together, and we can change the status quo into something better.
Thank you, Mr. Mustafa, for your thoughts on that. My next question is for you, AG. So in 2005, the Audit Office undertook a special audit raising a number of issues on the topic of state other pension schemes. And in 2023, Pension Office also undertook a review of state other pension schemes, raising the issue that in addition to the pension provided by MRPS, the state provides unfunded state other pension benefits to retirees from the public service, creating the provision of double pensions, as our CEO mentioned in her opening remarks this morning as well. So given that, aside from the basic pension provided by the government, we also have a number of state institutions that provide additional defined benefit schemes under institution-specific laws and regulations. So my question for you, in your view, what are the main disparities between existing institution-specific pension schemes? And perhaps you can share some of your experiences from the Audit Office in undertaking that special audit. Thank you.
Thank you, Shona, for the question. Just to lighten up after the lunch, maybe a small light joke. When I was kids, we used to watch a movie called Back to the Future. So they happen to use a car where they are able to go back to the future, and then what they do is they try to undo or unwind certain mistakes they have done, so that when they come to the present, these issues were no longer there. So if we had this car and CEO Sujata and chairperson in us would have traveled in this car, you might have guessed what they would have done if they had this opportunity to go back to the future. So probably my guess is they would have gone back to the future, and then they would have stopped these various unfunded schemes so that we wouldn't be here discussing this issue. No, on a serious note, about in 2015, 8 years back, we did an audit of the pension, or rather the unfunded schemes that was present. In 2015, these numbers might have changed because of the new estimates, but these are the figures that we have used in the report. In 2015, these double pension or these schemes were contributing about 165 million. So the estimates for 2030, 15 years, and it would be about 463 million. So in about 15 years, probably we would be looking at spending about 4.3 billion over 15 years. So without these schemes, probably the numbers costed was something like 1.6 billion rupees. So these unfunded schemes over 15 years, we did the estimates, and it would have been about 3 billion extra. So that's the kind of budget impact we are looking at. And the MRPS is a sustainable system. It's costed. The value of the accrued rights, about 3.9 billion. It's on the public debt statement as well. So it's funded, it's costed, and it's fair to say that the accrued rights of the pensioners were given by the state. So no one was left behind. So as I was saying, what were the mistakes we have done? I think that's a question that we need to address. As public officials, it's our duty to address these issues. If we had made mistakes, we need to unwind those decisions. So if, like, I mean, a diabetes patient was asking the doctor, like, I drink these 2 bottles of Coca-Cola, may I drink this Diet Coke? It doesn't solve these issues. What I mean to say is that these are issues that we need to stop right now. I'm not in favor of, phasing out probably, but that's the politically probably that's the way forward. But as an AG, what we have always opined in our budget statements, in our budget recommendations to the Parliament, we have the honorable MPs here. I think it's important to take these decisions to stop, or if there is a need to bring in a law, I think we need to take these laws in place so that the public is not suffering, or the state of public finances is in a state of very serious issue at the moment because of these various issues, not only the pension or the unfunded systems, but of various issues. So, and pension, the unfunded pension schemes is also part of the problem. So I think we need to take early actions so that we unwind the mistakes we had done.
All right, thank you. Mr. Palacios, following on the AG's response, what have other countries done to address similar sort of issues?
So, on the one hand, I've never seen a double pension in another country. Now, that being said, there are obviously a lot of unfunded pension schemes that I was referring to, and in those schemes, there were 2 types of reforms. Systemic reform, so shut them down, credit the past service that has already been accrued in some way, and stop it from continuing to accrue a liability. That's a systemic reform. And the other way is to reduce the growth of the unfunded liability by parametric reforms. For example, reducing the accrual rate from 2 to 1, or so that many countries have done that, and it's almost never. There may be 1 or 2 examples, but it's almost never retroactive. For sometimes legal reasons and for obvious political reasons, it's very difficult to take something back after you've promised it and to give it to them. It's much easier to stop giving them more. So that's, I think, what most countries have done. I would also just raise the point, and I was really happy to hear about two things. One is that these reports were being done by the Auditor General, and two, that the recognition bonds are being reported as part of the public debt. A number of other countries that have used recognition bonds do not do that, and I think that's the responsible thing to do, is to show that. What it does, in a way, is it makes, the reason other countries haven't wanted to do that is because it's almost like they feel penalized because something that doesn't show up in the accounts when it's a defined benefit scheme now suddenly shows up in the accounts when it's a defined contribution scheme. And it was always there, it's just that it wasn't being reported. So, it seems unfair. But what they should do is report both, which gets me to my last point, which is I don't know how sensitized the society is and this new government is to this unfunded pension liability issue. But the more that I think it's reported and the more it's institutionalized, that reporting of it, I would think that would be helpful. And a number of countries have now, and I think I mentioned what's happening in Europe, that there is a methodology, accepted methodology for calculating the unfunded pension liability, and it's reported, let's say, every other year. So this is a headline number. It's a big number, and it makes it transparent what is going on. It's not just that you're spending more money this year than last year. It's that you've made a promise that is now, if we quantify that promise, it is a debt, just like the rest of your debt, but it's just not being reported anywhere. So that would be my suggestion as well, is to make this unfunded liability as transparent and obvious to everybody as possible. And then maybe some of the younger people will actually also speak up and say, I don't want that big unfunded pension liability. And then that will help provide support for making these changes.
All right, thank you. Just reflecting on the discussions from this morning's panel discussion, I think we've repeatedly heard that Maldives is expected to undergo a demographic shift towards an aging population. Just to reiterate, by 2030, it is projected that 7% of the population will be aged 65 years or older, increasing to an estimated 14% by 2050. So, AG, in your view, what could be the implications of an aging population for non-contributory schemes that exist currently in the Maldives?
Definitely, looking at the projections that was shared by various speakers, the stats speak for itself, that the situation is going to get worse. So we need to get prepared. So in terms of refining these existing policies and various programs, I think we should look at the changing demographic patterns, and in terms of the pension system, certainly fewer people are going to contribute to the pension payouts. So I think it's going to get worse. So until we do some things, some plans are in place to address these issues.
Okay. Yeah. For the next question, I would like to invite both Mr. Mustafa and the AG to respond to this. As we've discussed, given the forecasted demographic changes, what strategies can we employ to balance the fiscal burden with providing adequate support to the elderly population? Yes. Perhaps you can start with you, Mr. Mustafa.
Thank you. I think a good understanding of the current old age benefit pension and also the clawback mechanism is important for the audience. So suppose I'm trying to give out analogies so that it's easier for everyone to comprehend how the system works. Suppose that someone is routinely contributing to the MRPS. And then they turn 65 one day. And their retirement saving account calculated benefit could be 2,000. That means with a 50% clawback, they could very well be earning 6,000 per month, but that's not what happens in the system. What the current system does is you have an old age benefit pension of 5,000 rupiah per month, which everyone is entitled to get. Curiously, there's also another flaw of another 5,000 rupiah for the retirement pension scheme. So, in effect, with a clawback of 50%, 2,500 rupiah gets deducted from the old age pension benefit, and that person ends up receiving 7,500 on the day and in the next month that they turn 65 from. The sad thing about this setup is that depending on the amount of savings they have, could be 2 years, could be 4 years, certainly not more than 5 for the average person, or 6. They will then again revert to earning 5,000 rupiah. Why? Because under this regime, by the time they are 69 or 70, not even accounting for economic phenomena such as inflation, they would be worse off by 2,500 rupiah on their 70th and beyond. This is because there is a flaw on the MRPS. And another consideration moving forward, before I propose some of the ideas that could be discussed, is it's important to understand also how this other pension benefit scheme really works. I'll try to explain without naming a particular institution. Suppose that someone heads a certain institution. They might be earning 40 to 50,000 rupiah. And these could be very high offices of the state. And if they were to be replaced, oftentimes, as a courtesy, they are allowed the chance to retire. When they retire, they often get to collect their nominal pay for the entirety of their lives without being in office ever again. And on top of that, they also qualify for all types of insurance, health insurance, including insurance for spouses and children under the age of 18. And when they retire, they get a multi-million rupiah payout. So the first thing that should be done, I think, is to identify the really needy that need to be covered, and also really question as a society whether this is the sort of setup we want to live in, where people who work the same amount of hours, same amount of years, with the same level of education, same amount of productivity, ultimately when they turn or go into old age, they are treated differently because they take two different paths, and it does not reflect their career earning potential. One very important consideration moving forward is to continue the work that's been done at the National Pay Commission. We have very distinguished guests here in the form of Dr. Faisal, who heads the National Pay Commission, who is an expert in this field. He is the preeminent expert, in fact, in the Maldives. One of the most important considerations, I think, for the state to consider now is whether to limit the lump sum payment. If you consider, just for an example, 5,000 rupiah per month, which is quite adequate by any means, considering the current macroeconomic conditions in the country, a 10-year lump sum payment would be 600,000 rupiah. But sometimes the lump sum payment paid out goes in way above 2-3 million. I actually got some figures. I think it's important that the audience and the general public understand this, so we may get an idea of what we're dealing with. So gratuity payment upon retirement, the lump sum payments that we only pay out for retirement benefits that are drafted and gazetted as regulations of certain commissions, independent institutions and security services. The payouts last year were to the tune of 46 million rupiah. This year, while we have budgeted 50.2 million, we've already consumed 20.1 million. So there are individuals who've retired, who've collected this payment, or budget has been consumed, so they will be paid shortly. The Auditor General rightly highlighted that other pension benefits are looking towards a trajectory of 400 million rupiah and above in the medium term and beyond, certainly in the longer term. The monthly pension benefits that arise out of other state pension benefits because of these regulatorily instituted pension schemes, that alone amounted to 271 million rupiah last year. So if you were to just briefly add up the numbers, the gratuity lump sum and the monthly benefit they collect, that's 330 million rupiah. In 2017, it was imagined that the fuel subsidy in the country would be 300 million rupiah. Of course, with the rise in global fuel prices, it has elevated and become a fiscal risk on its own. However, just to give you a brief understanding of things, to cover the when the policy was formulated in 2017, it was imagined that subsidy for fuel for the entire country, an indirect subsidy enjoyed by everyone in attendance here today, would be 300 million. Now we surpass that for a few handful individuals who collect gratuity and also monthly payments. I think that should ring alarm bells for anyone present here today. Whether that is fair, whether that's how we want to proceed into our future as a society. I think this is the backdrop that we face, and what we need to now consider is, should we limit, certainly for new entrants into the civil service, should we limit without taking away any rights of people who have now continued to work until today? Shall we limit the amount? Is that reasonable as a policy consideration? That's a conversation for our society to have. Should we reduce the MRPS floor of 5,000 rupiah? And what would be the effect of it? As I mentioned previously, a person below a retirement savings account calculated benefit of 10,000 rupiah, they would get 7,500 per month until they don't get that anymore. Perhaps a better offer would be to consider a person who has a retirement savings account calculated benefit of 2,000 rupiah with a clawback. Their old age benefit pension will be subtracted by 1,000, so they will have 4,000 there, which will be the unfunded but paid out of the state budget. And 1,000 will come out of the RPS, 2,000 will come out of the RPS. That person will get to enjoy some 6,000 rupiah for some 11, 14 years, which is the expected duration, life expectancy, 65 to 79. But the current system does not allow for this. If we asked an individual, would you like 1,500 rupiah extra for 4 years to only suffer a 2,500 rupiah decrease over the next 11, I think the answer is pretty clear. But this is what I mean by incoherence within the system. These are conversations very much exposed to technical staff within the Ministry of Finance, within the Pension Office. Unfortunately, these are not conversations that we have every day within our society. But I genuinely think if we start to think about this, especially given the time we're in, we would be very committed to reforming our society and covering the very needy. And I think it's also important, if I may just briefly take up 2 more minutes. All of this is happening within a very tight fiscal space. If we considered the budget for this year, I know I'm going beyond the conversation, but I think it's important to understand why, as a nation, we need to think about these costs and fairness and equity. We have a budget of around 49.86 or 49.9 billion rupiah, which presumes that there will be some reforms coming in to rationalize expenditure and to only cover the needy. However, even with those reforms coming in, we would have a deficit of 14 billion rupiah. And much of it is unsecured financing. In layman terms, that means that when the budget was posted, the Ministry of Finance had no idea how we would finance it. Now, that assumes that there would be reforms coming in this year. With every delayed day, that means extra costs. To finance this budget, we need 17 billion rupiah, mostly in dollars. We have a very esteemed guest here in the form of the former finance minister and chairman currently of Empower, and also my former boss, Mr. Inas, who will be very familiar with these types of fiscal hurdles and challenges. When we move forward, we should be now asking ourselves, should we as a nation and a state be paying out exorbitant amounts to the most affluent when we are unable to take care of the very needy? I think this is why the government's reform agenda is important. The government is very committed on fiscal reforms, rationalizing expenditures and covering the most vulnerable and those that need the support of the state, first and foremost, beyond going into helping out the most affluent. So within such a tight and difficult environment, with debt now soaring in the baseline, by the end of the year, if we do finance this deficit in the baseline, it will be over 130%. So with expenditure reduction, we can come down to a bit below that. The Auditor General highlighted very rightly, they do inform and they offer a review to the Parliament on the fiscal strategy, which will be coming out before the 31st of July, which will also include the debt management strategy. I think pension reform sits very neatly within this reform framework. This is why I believe this is the time for us to really focus on pension reforms. As I mentioned earlier, we do not face urgency and difficulty that we are facing with certain other reforms in areas, because we've got time to think, we've got international experts who've been very involved in this process. So I think this is the right time and this is the right platform for everyone here to understand and start thinking about how we should move forward in the next few months and into the next year when we post our new budget. So I just wish to briefly put that out for the benefit of the audience.
All right, thank you. AG, would you like to add on to that, to what Mr. Mustafa has mentioned?
Yes, you heard the fiscal numbers from side. I think it's important that it's, as is noted, it's a serious situation that needs to be addressed quite quickly. Expenditure rationalization needs to come up, including various reforms, and pension reform is also should be on the agenda as well. I think the more we procrastinate, the higher the burdens in terms of fiscal burdens as well. So it's time to take action on these issues. Just to highlight, even for our institution, in 2015 we did the regulation for our staff retirement, and in 2021, when I was AG, 3 senior officials from our institution was about to retire. So we had this regulation that we wouldn't be giving out this the lifetime payments. But as you know, when it comes to staffing issues, there's always the issue of whether we should follow the status quo, whether we should give out these lifetime benefits as well. So this issue came up, and then I had to justify the issues. Of course, I have a very wonderful team working with us, but we always have conflicts of interest. especially as an institution, and if you know that your pension benefits are going to be affected by the decisions that you're going to take, I think that's a situation where these conflicts of interests are coming up, and I think we need to claw back on these issues, and as a nation, we need to have these various standardized issues across the board so that we do not make these mistakes. So I think I think we are we may be the only institution or one of the few institutions that have stopped the lifetime benefits, because I knew for sure that I wouldn't be able to be on this panel, because when this issue came, I actually went to my former AG, Mr. Hassan Ziet, and he said, and I remember what he said. He said, if you are called upon to the parliament, you wouldn't be able to defend these reports if you pay these lifetime benefits. So, and sometimes you need the pat on the back to actually implement these hard decisions. So it's a difficult decision for my staff, very distinguished colleagues actually retiring, but unfortunately, given the national interests, we had to be principles-based. So I think there would be more difficult decisions, especially when for other institutions with large number of staff, and but I think these difficult decisions should be taken quite soon.
Okay, thank you.
I think it should be noted, it's a very courageous decision by the Auditor General. Of course, we seek His Excellency's advice often at the Ministry, and I think it's a very good stance that the Auditor General has taken, a very courageous stance to ensure that the monthly benefits that come out of other pension schemes will cease when retirees turn 65, which means, given the status quo, I think, and the political economy, I think that's the furthest an Auditor General can certainly go. So I would like to personally congratulate you taking an equitable stance. I think that's a step in the right direction. So I thought it should be mentioned.
Thank you. Yeah, round of applause. So we've talked about issues, we've unpacked a lot of these issues and areas in need for reform, but at this point, I think it's important to hear from the panelists on how we can move forward and what specific strategies that we could perhaps implement. So I'll start off with you, Mr. Palacios, and drawing from global practices. I mean, what could be the potential features that can ensure sustainability and fairness of public non-contributory defined benefit schemes?
So I guess I've already gone into this a bit. By the way, I love the title of this conference. We should all have these type of conferences in all the countries, because they all face these problems, and they're difficult decisions to make. But it requires leadership from the top at some point to take these hard decisions. I think I've already gone through the potential ways of reducing the liabilities, both in the basic pension and in the other supplementary pensions. I'm happy to hear that there is such a consensus on this, and I don't think it's my place really to tell these very distinguished policymakers what they should do. I can only put options on the table and give you some ideas of what has been done in other countries. And let me just end by saying we're here as an institution to provide support and perhaps even financial support in some ways to get through this difficult period. But that's something we often do, and we hope that you'll engage with us to do that here.
Thank you. Just as my last question, perhaps this would be quite key. I mean, you've already elaborated on some aspects of it, but just to close off, for both of you, what are the potential strategies that can be explored to reform, since we're talking about achieving sustainability and fairness?
Thank you. Thank you, Eti. I think I mentioned earlier that we've covered two pillars, the zero pillar and I think the third pillar or second pillar. I think we've the third pillar, which is voluntary contribution at some point. And I think we should expand it because we have it. We had this conversation, and thank you for correcting me, CEO. We had this conversation a few weeks ago, and I think encouraging voluntary contribution, ensuring that the public places a high level of confidence in the pension system will be key in moving forward. And also, at some point certainly, or at least planning to increase the pensionable wage. I think mechanically it will be done through the pay harmonization, because for the people lower down the ladder, more of their pensionable income or basic pay will rise. So that is being addressed at the lower rungs. And also considerations about the former 2 points, whether there should be a floor instituted for the MRPS, and also limiting, it's also National Pay Commission policy that's been formulated at a technical level certainly, to eliminate the monthly benefits that will arise from voluntary retirements prior to retirement age. So I think these three would be key. It's also important, I think, to highlight that the government is very committed on delivering opportunities for housing as well. And oftentimes, within our population and populace, there are always concerns about certain amounts of funds being in their RSA, but being unavailable for important purchase of durables like housing. But I think introducing and also encouraging greater cooperation of individuals to contribute voluntarily into these sort of schemes will ensure that they can enjoy that over their lifetime. Otherwise, it will not be sustainable from a pension administration point of view, certainly. And lastly, I think going beyond, because I am also representing the Ministry of Finance and the Fiscal Affairs Department, we technically come up and formulate all the policies that are going out now into the public. I think a very important point to consider now is to ensure that the fiscal trajectory that we now change onto, I believe it should allow the Pension Administration Office to invest less than they do now. We take up a lot of their funds because we need it, but I think we are very committed moving forward, and I think some of this will be seen in the next year's budget. The more liquid room that the Pension Administration Office has, the more room they have to act as an institutional investor. And government T-bills and T-bonds aren't the only investments available in the world. So I think that's an important consideration for the government and also the Ministry of Finance, if not in the near term, certainly in the medium term and heading beyond 2030. So these four items, I think, would be key in any reform moving forward. Purely, at least on a technical level, it's a conversation we should get rolling.
Okay, thank you. Perhaps I will, we've got a number of questions from the audience, so I'll open up the floor for that. I think you can see, okay, so the questions are here. I will start off with AG. So there's a question specific for you. Do you believe that AGO's work of advising on the sustainability of the scheme has been useful and well received over the various governments?
Yes, it's a good question on what are the actions taken on the audit reports. I think from the perspective of informing the various institutions, the parliament and the public, the audit reports play an important role in highlighting at least what would be the fiscal burden if we are not taking action on these issues. I think it's over time that these reports, action takes time. I think we have to be consistent. Even if action is not taken each year, we still wouldn't be tired. We would still give the same recommendations until the reforms are in place.
All right, thank you. We've got a couple of questions for you, Mr. Palacios. So let me just start off with one question. Given that the DC scheme effectively passes on investment-related risks to the saver, what is your opinion with respect to investment choice for DC scheme members? Is it something that Maldives should strive for in the future?
So what has happened in other countries is they've started with what we call a single portfolio for all members. And gradually, as the system matures and as the capital market offers more options for assets that they can invest in, choice has been given. So this is the case, for example, in Chile, where they started with a single portfolio. And then after about 10 years, they started offering some choice to members. And then eventually, they ended up with a life cycle model, which is something that's become quite popular in the high-income countries in the US and others. So the life cycle model defaults you into a more aggressive portfolio the younger you are, and then gradually as you reach retirement age, you're shifted automatically into a more conservative portfolio, because as you get to the retirement age, you can absorb less volatility and you want to take less risk. And you can still allow choice even within that range, but at Chile and some of the other countries, they say that if you're above 50, if you're close to retirement age, then we're not going to let you take the riskiest portfolio. Now, you don't have unfortunately, you don't have that issue right now in the Maldives, because so much is being absorbed by the government sector. But as that does change, and I was happy to hear what you're saying, Deputy Minister, about allowing more space as we go on. And I'm happy to hear that for two reasons. One, because it's just good practice to have a diversified pension portfolio. Choice is part of that. Different people can deal with different levels of risk and at different ages, so that's something that I do want to see happen. But the other reason is a more macro reason, and it's not sort of the individuals. It's the fact that, to the extent that it's very difficult to prove, by the way, econometrically. There have been some attempts in the United States where this is an issue. In the United States, the Social Security Trust Fund is completely invested in non-marketable government bonds. And so what most economists think is that because the government is automatically going to get this credit, they spend more money than they would have otherwise. So it allows them to run bigger deficits than they would if that money wasn't automatically there. That means that one of the objectives of having a pension system as a nation, which is to increase national savings rate, is hampered by that policy. So ideally, we'll get to a point where there's both choice and diversification in the portfolio. It's been 15 years. I would have hoped that it would have started 5 years ago, but maybe in the next 5 years, we can start to see that gradually happening.
All right. We've got another question touching upon the US retirement saving system for you as well. So the question is, an important discussion about the US retirement saving system is the fact that average savings, so 401k balances, are low and that individuals are not saving enough for retirement. What kind of controls can a DC pension in its infancy, like here in the Maldives, do to ensure that this does not happen here as well?
So that's a very interesting question. Of course, the 401k is voluntary, but the reason that people join it, and I'm happy to say that both my children are now in their first jobs and are both maxing out their 401k contributions. because your employer typically will match your contribution in a 401k. So if you put 3% of your salary, they'll put 3% and so on. So I was very happy that my kids are doing what they should do, which is to put that away. But most people don't do that, and that is an issue in the United States. The other reason that people like this system is because of the tax benefits that you get. Now, I think the relevance for Maldives is what was mentioned earlier about the voluntary scheme. Very few people pay income tax here, right? And so to have a tax deduction as an incentive for a voluntary private pension is really not going to affect many people. In fact, it might be inequitable to it's just going to help some rich people move around their money and get tax savings. So it's really not something I would want to advocate. However, something that I think it's already exists in some form, but we discussed at that time when the system was starting, was a matching contribution. And so maybe the level of the match is not sufficient. Maybe one should consider doing this. A number of countries are now doing matching contributions. I came from Vietnam last week. They were matching at a very low rate, and now they're looking to increase the match to 1-to-1. So this is for farmers and for, these are low-income informal sector workers who they want to get in the system, but can not afford to put in a whole lot, and who need a real incentive to put the money in. But I'm sorry if that doesn't exactly answer your 401k question, but I think here your mandate is being effectively applied, but the pensionable salary seems not to be captured fully. So that's a different problem. I was told that there are people reporting contributions with below minimum wage, which is a strange phenomenon I haven't seen before. So I think capturing more of the pensionable salary, more of the salary in the system, in the mandatory part is a good challenge. But then that group of people that are not in the system for whatever reason, not in the formal sector, bringing them in with some incentives, I think would be good. Now, you don't have a lot of money to use for incentives at the moment. I would much rather have used that money, the money that is being used for the very high basic pension, some of that money to try to encourage voluntary savings in the scheme. So there's trade-offs here, even within a fiscal pension envelope, where are you spending your money? So that's what I would say about that.
All right, thank you. We've got a couple of general questions as well, so I'll just open up for any of the panelists who would like to contribute. So the first question, what are the socio-economic implications of the extra incentives to work in institutions with multiple benefits, moving the young workforce away from potentially more productive sectors of the economy?
Two words, distorts incentives in the labor market. Very able, very technically talented people will find themselves obviously chasing the largest envelope of salary or wages, but perhaps their technical capacities could be used in other sectors. I think by distorting the economic incentives to work, we place our general economy and its growth at risk at the macro level. The true effect, I think, would be a bit more complex because it also depends on what certain individuals do with their best, or if it's a general trend that we see among retirees. But in general, I think for a young new entrant into the labor force, they will face a distorted market. And that means that certainly at the labor participation level, we will find that people will be making decisions not based necessarily on finding the right match to vacancy, but more of an economic decision without any economic basis. So I think the effects possibly could be quite adverse in the longer run. I could also just briefly take 2 or 3 questions. there are.
Perhaps maybe you can.
I am
as a
unable
final
to see.
question,
I have very
cover-
bad eyes. But I think I'm happy to take the question: which state agency is responsible for taking necessary policy decisions? I'm, to be honest, unaware if there is one agency. Surely the Pension Administration Office should be involved. So I think the burden should be on the CEO. But I think the leading institution should be the fiscal authority, who understands this more than any other institution in the government. And that has been done. In fact, we are pleased to state today, or at least in my capacity, I'm pleased to mention to all in audience that we've invited the CEO to partake in our pension reforms and to also propose technical papers that we will consider. So we will back the pension authority on all reasonable proposals within the political economy we are in. So I think that that would be the most appropriate. But there's certainly the will to reform, and I think we also have within the ministry a very good core team of technical experts, not just within the Fiscal Affairs Department, within the Treasury, within also the Debt Management Department, who the Pension Office routinely deal with. Unfortunately, I deal with the Pension Authority very seldom. I think mostly it's the Debt Management Department always reaching out for an investment. But we are very committed for it, and I think the Ministry of Finance will be happily leading, and it's already part of the formal agenda. And
just in the interest of time, I think some of the remaining questions we can ask, because we've got tea after this as well, and the panelists would be around as well, and you can ask those questions at the time. But I think it's really good that you ended that with words of commitment, which is what we need, which is really great. And just to wrap up today's panel discussion, we've unpacked a lot of issues. We know that there is a fundamental need for reform, and our panelists have shared their views on potential strategies for reform as well. And while we may not be able to reform overnight, it's clear that there is potential, there is words of commitment, that there's need for collaboration, and that there is potential for a phased-out approach, but in order for us to achieve pension sustainability. So with that, I end today's panel. Thank you so much for our panelists, and thank you so much for the audience for your brilliant questions as well. Thank you.
Thank you, panelists. We hope the discussion was thought-provoking to all the participants. Before we go to the next agenda item, I would like to hand over the floor to our colleagues, Zakin and Jihan from Investment and Advisory Services, to facilitate an interactive group activity.
Assalamu alaikum and welcome to the Memory Board segment of this year's forum. In this collaborative session, we'll work together to create a board that captures key insights from the speeches, presentations, and panel discussions held today, all focused around today's theme, a sustainable pension system.
We'll be creating the memory board based on today's theme, with the board being divided into two main sections. As you can see, on one section of the board, we invite you to list the things we could do, care about, and think about less. By identifying these areas, we can collectively determine how we could refocus efforts in ways that could improve the sustainability of our pension system. While on the other side, we invite you to list the things we could do, care about, and think about more. Your suggestions here may help pinpoint areas where increased efforts could further enhance the sustainability of our pension system. So here's what the full board looks like.
To populate the board, we'll provide each table with 2 cards where you can write your views, ideas, and suggestions. Each card will be clearly marked for ease of identification. Just for illustrative purposes, here's a sample of how one of the cards would look like. The tables that get this specific card will discuss things you need to do more to improve the sustainability of our pension system. For instance, this could be something as simple as conducting more forums, such as this one, where we discuss and raise awareness about the issues surrounding this particular topic. In a similar manner, you could also get a card where you will be asked to write suggestions on things that you need to do less, think about more, and so on.
Once you're done writing your suggestions on these cards, you may paste them on the memory board at the back of the hall. Or alternatively, you may hand them over to our colleagues who will be here to assist. And if you have any questions regarding this activity, feel free to reach out to us or our colleagues at any time. We'll have up to 10 minutes to complete our board, and the time starts now.
Just to let everyone know, we have already passed the allotted time for this, this portion of the activity. I request all the participants to pass on the cards to one of our representatives. Thank you all for your eager participation. Our memory board is now almost complete and filled with your ideas. We encourage all participants to take some time to view the end product, perhaps after the session, since we are a bit short in time at the moment. But in any case, we encourage you to carry forward with the conversation throughout the event. We'll return back with the remainder of today's scheduled event shortly. Thank you.
Thank you, Zakin and Jehan. Next, we have a presentation on Maldives Retirement Pension Scheme as an adequate retirement plan. The presentation will be delivered by Ms. Amnat Irtiasha, Director of Investment and Research at Pension Office. Please welcome Ms. Irtiasha.
All right. Thank you, everyone. As the last segment of this year's forum, I'll be doing a presentation on the topic Adequacy of MRPS as a Retirement Savings Vehicle. So My presentation will be based on 3 parts. So initially I'll be trying to discuss what an effective pension system is supposed to look like. Then I'll go into describing few features of the MRPS and then analyze if MRPS is in fact an adequate pension system. So according to the Global Pension Index, an effective pension system, in order to measure the effectiveness of a pension system, there are 3 main categories that's looked at. So number 1, which is adequacy. Adequacy refers to the income replacement that is offered at retirement. The next one is sustainability. I think that has been extensively covered in the forum. That talks about the long-term viability of a pension system. The last one is integrity. This focuses mainly on governance aspects and working at the best interest of the members. Just to highlight, from among these criteria that I've just listed here, we'll be focusing more on the adequacy component since my presentation is about that topic. I understand that time is a little short, so I'll just skim through these and focus on the part that we will be discussing today. So under the determinants of adequacy, the Global Pension Index highlights these criteria. So number 1 is state pensions. That is, does the state provide financial security for the old age population at a baseline? The second one is occupational pension. Is there a pension system specific for the employees? Then we have voluntary savings, uninterrupted accumulations that refers to minimizing leakages out of the system. Portability of savings refers to are your pension benefits movable if you move jobs? What happens to your pension if you resign from a position? So does that affect your pension outcome? The 6th one is stability of retirement outcome, which talks about the predictability of retirement income. In my presentation, again, we will be looking at number 2, occupational pensions, since MRPS is an occupational pension. So before I go into that, we'll just have a look at briefly Maldives pension system. I understand our CEO has already explained this part. So just a little overview. So as per the Maldives Pension Act, there are 2 pensions introduced. That was the old age basic pension, which is a non-contributory defined benefit. It is unfunded, meaning it is given from the government budget. And it is a universal pension, as in terms of it is eligible to those above 65 once they meet a certain eligibility threshold, which is minimal. Maldives retirement pension scheme is defined contribution scheme. Contribution is mandatory to the formal sector. It is fully funded. That means the liabilities that come in the future is backed by contributions received prior to the liability arising in the future. The last one, again, I think I've just mentioned, it includes the formal sector, which means it's a pension scheme for both the public and private sector. Here, again, some features of the Maldives retirement pension scheme. Employees and employers contribute together. So as an employee, you contribute 7% of your pensionable income, which is topped up by your employer at the same amount. So 7% from the employer and 7% from the employee. It's a pooled investment, meaning all contributions are pooled together. Individuals, every member has an individual account which shows their retirement savings balance, which is their contributions plus the interest they have earned. Just looking at our governance and transparency of the Maldives retirement pension. So we are regulated by the Capital Market Development Authority. To promote transparency and communication, there is information about our investment strategies, and any relevant strategies to the members are accessible to the members on our website, along with information on the retirement savings are available to members through the app as well. So why should we choose a defined contribution scheme? Number one, as we've heard today, defined benefit schemes are unsustainable given the change in demographics of the country. So unlike the DB schemes, a DC scheme is funded, that is contributions and interest that you gain in your savings cycle is what you will get when you retire. So in that sense, it is a liability matched scheme. The costs are predictable, i.e. there's a fixed administration cost which is known to the member. Transparency and accountability, again, these are part of the adequacy criteria, so we've included them. This scheme is flexible and portable, as in if you change from one job to another, it will not impact your retirement outcome. These are our investment objectives, but I'll focus more on number 2. So adequacy, in terms of adequacy, we said that in order to determine if a pension system is adequate, we measure it in terms of replacement rate compared to income. So what is our target? Our target is to provide at least 50% income replacement for a 40-year career member, meaning a member who has saved within the MRPS system for 40 years. Our target is that we will provide 50% income replacement for that member at retirement. This does not mean the salary that you're earning today. So we project your salary growth up to, based on historical wage growth rates, we forecast your wage at the end of your saving cycle, which will be at 65, and we are trying to replace 50% of that salary. What determines the payout you get from your defined contribution scheme or MRPS? Number one, participation. The number of years that you've contributed to the scheme and saved within the scheme. The pensionable wage, that is how much do you pay in contribution. Number 3, the investment strategy or the returns you get from the scheme. Before I go into the analysis of if this is an adequate system or not, I'll just give you a brief of how the member population has evolved in the MRPS profile. So first we look at the active population. So when we started in 2010, I have data since 2013. So since then, there has been around 4.9% cumulative annual growth rate. So currently there are about 133,000 members compared to 2013, which was around 81,000. So members are growing at around 4.9% per annum. If you look at the age composition of our members, in 2013, it was the median age of our population was 29 years. Currently, it is around 33 years. If we look at the average basic pay, again, this is based on the data that we have and the pensionable salary reported to us. The average basic pay of an MRPS member was around 5,800 in 2013, which has increased to around 8,000 in 2023. So that is a 9.7% increase annual. This is just to illustrate how it is different among the different age cohorts. So right now, if we say what does the average profile of an MRPS member, it is a 33-year-old which has an expected pensionable salary of 8,500. Okay, so what is the average retirement savings balance of an MRPS member? At present, this stands at around 140,000. In 2013, it was 54,000. So that is a 9.9% per annum increase. That is a compounded annual growth rate. Yes, the average member, now we are expecting that a 33-year-old member who is in the system will have an RSA balance of around 124,000. Now we're going to see if this average member in the profile is expected to earn an adequate retirement when he reaches 65. So we're going to do a scenario analysis. So in this scenario analysis, we'll have the baseline scenario. In this baseline scenario, we are assuming that this 33-year-old will experience salary growth of 2% per annum starting today going into the future. And we will get a pre-retirement interest based on our average returns from inception of around 5% and 4.5% at post-retirement. That is our interest rates based on our average returns that we've gotten since inception. The administrative fee policy will remain the same. That is, those in the pre-retirement will be charged a 0.5% admin fee, and those in the post-retirement will be charged 0.3%. Participation, we will assume that this member will continue to participate each year up until 65. This person, again, we are assuming that BP will remain the same at 5,000, and this person is not eligible for any other defined benefit schemes from the government. The mortality assumptions we have used are based on the UN World Population projections. Then we will look at another scenario where we will see what is the impact if the investment returns are lower. So in this scenario, everything holds except for the investment performance part. So here we are assuming a 50 basis % decrease in our investment return. And the third scenario is where we will assume that everything holds, the interest return will be at 5%, but the participation will be lower. So the person will not contribute for around 10 years within the saving cycle. And then we will see how this impacts his replacement rate, his RSA balance, what happens to his BP, and what happens to government savings. All right, so this is the baseline scenario. So if we are assuming a 33-year-old who currently has an RSA balance of 124,000 and has a basic pay of 8,500, this person is expected to accumulate around 1.8 million when they reach the retirement age. That is in annual payouts from MRPS 103,000, income replacement of 51%, basic pay throughout the year, this person will be eligible for around 8,300. If MRPS was not there and this person was being reimbursed from the government at the rate of 5,000 for 12 months, then the government would have paid 60,000 on this person. But due to the clawback effect, the government is saving up to 86% from having a defined contribution scheme. Now we look at the other scenario, which is the lower return scenario. So if the returns go down by 50 basis points, the person's savings at retirement goes down from 1.8 million to 1.7 million. His annual MRPS retirement pension goes down to 87,000. Income replacement drops to 43%. The last one, if the person does not participate for a continued period, let's say there are leakages from the system and contribution is not consistent, or we take money out of the retirement pension scheme before the age of 65. In that scenario, let's say this person didn't save for 10 years through the MRPS scheme, In that scenario, his savings will drop to 1.4 million. His MRPS benefit will drop to 81,000. His income replacement will drop to 40%. So this is just a comparison of 3 scenarios that I've just did. So in the long run, this fund will be adequate and have an income smoothing effect for members who are with us for around 40 years. And we continue to earn a return approximately at around 5%, and the member participates continuously in the system. However, member by member experience will be different. That will be based on how much they contribute, for how many years they contribute, and where they are currently at the cycle. So I'll look at what it will look like for different age cohorts. If the current member still has a 19-year horizon to save through MRPS, this person is expected to have a retirement pension outcome better than BP, as in the basic pension. So if you still have around 19 years left in your savings cycle, you are expected to get a retirement benefit exceeding the 5,000 that you will get from basic pension. If the member is going to save with us for approximately something more than 29 years through the retirement savings account, this person is expected to meet the 50% income replacement target. So adequacy of the pension system currently depends on how long that we save through the system. So based on your age and how much you have left to save through this system, your retirement outcome will differ through the system. I think what I'm trying to highlight here is that gradually, as we see more members saving through the system, the burden on the government is expected to fall, and members are expected to experience a better retirement outcome than BP through this system. So again, once again, I would like to reiterate my this slide where I'm saying that pension payouts from MRPS are dependent on 3 things. That is participation, pensionable wage, and investment strategy. So we've ignored pensionable wage in this presentation, and we focused on participation and interest rate received on your investment. So how do we make sure that we receive an adequate interest to make sure that members get adequate income replacement rate? So at Pension Office, we try to mitigate the market risk of investments. So we have certain controls in place. We follow our statement of investment principles and strategic asset allocation, which defines our risk considerations along with target returns so that we maximize return based on risk perspective. We conduct pre-due diligences on all our investments. We follow a framework which is also gazetted. So if you want to have a look at our due diligence framework, it's up in the Gazette. That is to make sure that all investments that we do are vetted. We also do periodic monitoring to ensure that we identify the risk levels of investments that we currently have so that we can strategize accordingly. The reason why we are saying all these things is that MRPS can control the level of interest we earn. So for this, we have governance structures in place. The second part is participation. This is dependent on the member. So your outcome from MRPS will depend on participation as well as interest, and the part of participation is dependent on the member itself. So the years you contribute will matter for your retirement outcome. I think that's the end of my presentation. So in conclusion, MRPS is a sustainable system, and an average member is expected to earn the 50% replacement target. In that sense, it is an adequate pension scheme. But a member-to-member experience will be different based on your participation and again, market conditions in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Irtiasha. Next, I would like to call upon the Chief Financial Officer of the Pension Office, Ms. Havva Fajwa, to deliver the closing remarks and vote of thanks. Ms. Fajwa.
Assalamu alaikum and a very good afternoon. On behalf of the Maldives Pension Administration Office, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude and appreciation to everyone who contributed in various ways to make this forum a success. Finance Forum was launched by Pension Office in 2012 to establish a nationally acclaimed platform to deliberate on issues, promote views, and share experience for the development of financial and the social sector of the Maldives. Today, we are concluding the 11th Finance Forum, and this year Pension Office is embarking on its 16th year of service. This year's theme, a sustainable pension system, has provided an opportunity to reflect on our journey since inception and to explore additional ways to create a sustainable and a resilient pension system to ensure future pension security and stability to our people. Throughout the day, we have delved deeply into this important topic, exchanging ideas and exploring solutions. I'm confident that all participants have gained new insights. We are honored to have had the presence of our chief guest, the Honorable Minister of Social and Family Development, Dr. Aishat Shihab, who has gracefully took their time from her busy schedule to deliver a thought-provoking keynote. I also extend my gratitude to honorable members of Parliament, heads of institutions, and our key stakeholders for your attendance to this forum today. A special thank you to our international speaker, Mr. Robert Palacios, for accepting our invitation to be part of this forum. Your insight on sustainable pension system have been incredibly valuable. We are honored to have you back here in Maldives. The importance of the sustainable pension system has been extensively deliberated today via keynotes, presentations, and panel discussions. I would like to thank UNFPA Head of Office, Ms. Shadia Ibrahim, Chief Statistician, Ms. Aishat Hassan, Registrar of Companies, Ms. Mariam Visa, our Board Chairperson, Dr. Ahmad Dinaz, for an enriching and thought-provoking panel discussion on the changing demographics and its implication on our domestic economy. Our next panel discussion on the sustainability and fairness of a public non-contributory defined benefit scheme was an eye-opener and one of the crucial topics of today. I thank Mr. Robert Palacios, Auditor General Mr. Hussein Niazi, and Deputy Minister of Finance, Mr. Ahmed Said Mustafa, for your input and unique perspectives. I would also like to highlight the presentations by the Chief Statistician on changing demographics, our CEO's presentation on the existing pension system, and Ms. Irtiasha's presentation on MRPS as an adequate pension system. A heartfelt thanks to our event sponsors and partners for their generous support. Our co-sponsor Bank of Maldives, our exclusive digital partner DIRAG, and our associate sponsors, the Mauritius Commercial Bank and the Commercial Bank of Maldives. I would like to thank you for your continued support, and we look forward to collaborate with you in future events. I express my sincere appreciation to the board members for their continued guidance and unwavering support, which have been instrumental in the success of all our initiatives. In particular, I would like to extend a special thanks to our chairperson, Dr. Inas, whose visionary leadership and insightful direction have been invaluable to the Pension Office. Thank you. I would like to extend a special recognition and thanks to our CEO, Ms. Sujata Halim, for her dedication, support, and guidance throughout in all stages of this event and all other events. Her exceptional leadership and tireless effort have been pivotal in ensuring the success of this forum. Thank you, CEO. The role of our dedicated pension team in planning, organizing, and ensuring the success of this forum is commendable. Thank you, dear colleagues, for your exceptional team spirit. The innovative solutions and strategic pathways explored during this forum today will guide in shaping the future of our pension system, ensuring sustainability and resilience for the generations to come. The generations, next generation, students, you are our next generation. I hope you all have gained a lot from this forum. Thank you, participants, for investing your time and sharing all your valuable insights. We look forward to welcoming you all to the Maldives Finance Forum 2025, where we will continue to address another pivotal theme in developing the financial and the social security sector of the Maldives. Thank you all and have a pleasant evening. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you, Ms. Fajwa. This brings us to the end of today's event. Once again, we would like to thank each of you for being part of the Maldives Finance Forum 2024. We truly appreciate it.
Before we conclude, I would like to request all participants to fill out the feedback form. You may scan the QR code seen on the screen. Refreshments will be served outside the hall.